I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. How was your weekend?
Good
That's
and
good. How about you?
relaxing.
Relaxing?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Spend time in the hot tub?
A little bit, of course.
Nice. Nick, how was yours?
It was good. All I did was watch football. We did go with the zoo. Went to a zoo, and then we went watched football Saturday, watched football Sunday, went to the gym, church. Just the normal stuff. Yeah.
I saw part of the New England game, and they
Yeah, it
were
was crazy, right?
Yeah. So did they end up winning?
Yeah, New England beat Buffalo. It was a kind of a crazy game there. I can't believe they did it. I had some New England fans in my group chat, like my guys group chat from when I was growing up. They just decided to pop up after 8 years after losing Tom Brady. They just said, "Oh, we're back." I'm like, "Oh God, y'all are the worst." So I'm not excited for that. But yeah, no, it's it was a good game and a bunch of good games this weekend. But our government is still shut down, unfortunately. So
Oh,
Still no NFP number for you.
yeah, no NFP. Well, it says tentative for this week, but I don't even know how that would work. Would they just randomly do it, or were they scheduled to release it?
The government will have to be reopened, and I think they'll kind of do a schedule. They'll probably do a schedule for anything new and then update anything that did not get reported.
I mean, could you just imagine being in a trade like 1:15 on a random like Wednesday and like NFP comes out?
Well, I mean, you would know because it'll be after the government. As long as the government shut down, it's not coming out. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
no numbers.
we'll hear that news first.
Did you guys see the AMD and OpenAI news?
Did not.
Did see
I'm
that
sure you
one.
guys heard of it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Barbie.
We're up a bit.
Yeah, it's up. AMD is up over 20%. Nick, it was OpenAI investing in AMD, I believe. And the market just like shot up on that news candle.
It's close to 50% up at this point.
Oh my
AMD signed
gosh.
an AI chip supply deal with OpenAI that gives them the option to take a 10% stake. And AMD usually like kind of boring. Oh, not boring intraday. Like it'll make some nice moves intraday, but it kind of stays within its same kind of rules. And it broke all those rules on that news.
Holy smokes. I'm wishing I was holding on to some AMD like calls or stock.
We got some guys in the trading ranch that have some call runners, so they're looking nice this morning.
Congrats to them. Quick before we jump in on the charts, we all want to wish Denny a happy birthday. It is Denny's birthday today. Happy birthday, Denny.
Happy birthday, Denny.
Happy birthday. Hopefully he's up.
I wonder if
I think he is asleep.
He's asleep, isn't he? Yeah, I can't blame him.
Okay, who would like to go first, Barbie or Nick?
Yeah, I'll go first here.
Nick, yeah, let's see your plan.
Let's see. The only thing I've done this morning is plot out weekly opens. So, going over to okay, we're pretty extended to the upside here. Man, this is kind of a big candle for a Monday heading in, but it's not even 9:30 yet. We've already expanded 200 points. The biggest candle last week, well, we had this candle on Wednesday here was pretty big, but wow, it's a pretty big candle. There is a divergence here at all-time highs, which I don't really I take that with a grain of salt because like we've opened like this, you know what I mean? So we have all this below us. There's really been no weakness in the market. So it's mainly just I would lean more towards it's probably going to take out this all-time high than not. But yeah, no, this is kind of a crazy move on NQ at least start the morning. I'm guessing it has to do with the AMD news that you guys with and AI, open AI, which y'all were talking about. But if I drop down to the 4-hour here, oh man. I would kind of like lower. I would kind of like lower. You know, we got some relative equal lows here, Asia and London. I would like for it just to sort of retrace some of this move from we had overnight and into this morning. But yeah, I'm probably not too confident in that. Monday's one of those days I usually just kind of like let the daily candle kind of print, do its thing, and see how we come into it on Tuesday and for the rest of the week. If you go look at all my trade recaps on YouTube or on Twitter, like all of my trades are like, well, 90% of my trades are like that Tuesday through Friday, Tuesday through Thursday range. But I'm building that framework on Monday, you know, so I'm still participating Monday in terms of like looking at the markets and kind of getting a feel for what price is going to do. Yeah, the only thing we have this week, if we don't get NFP, is FOMC minutes on Wednesday at 2:00. That's the minutes. That's not the important one. That's like the little guy. And then Friday we have 10 a.m. news. So a pretty slow week before CPI next week and a bank holiday on Monday of next week. So yeah, I'm gonna wait till 9:30 open. I don't have a read right now. I have no read. There's an hourly gap here we could reject from, you know. Just let's see how 9:30 opens for me. Let's look at gold real quick. Gold on the daily.
Ooh.
In Discord kind of like, oh wow, it would have been a great idea to long gold at Sunday. They said that on Friday, and looks like they would have been right if they were long. So bullish on gold, but I would expect some sort of retracement here at open, and then maybe a push higher. So watch out for this 4-hour gap potentially. Right here, and then see if you can frame. Yeah, it looks like it's building a lot of low resistance liquidity right here. Not a whole lot of gaps in here, so I could see something like this happen. I don't know why that's like that dotted. I guess I just clicked the wrong one. Okay, I did it again. I can see it move down to here, and then a move higher from there. I think. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, I've been off the charts for 2 days. I forgot how to use TradingView. So something like that potentially on gold. That's probably a way better setup than anything I see right now in indices. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But I'm mainly just going to be copying Barbie's homework today. And, you know, I don't have anything. So even if I do copy her homework, doesn't mean I'm going to take anything. Bombs away.
Thank you, Nick.
Well, I always like to try to think about what's going on right now, and we do. I mean, the government shutdown's kind of the main theme of the week, but okay. So the way that I'm kind of looking at the charts this week is obviously we're bullish. I keep saying this, but we've been bullish all year. We still have bullish structure on the hourly and the 4 hours and everything like that. So as long as that structure is maintained, we're in buy the dip mode basically. But I am kind of seeing a potential short setup here, at least a little bit. So we'll see let me know what y'all think. Let me see if chat
I like that more, like 51, 52% short, and that's not much. So
well, so I mean the safest thing when you're in this hourly like bullish structure is to wait for buying the dip. But what I'm looking at is we've got AI news overnight. So the market could have, I'm looking at ES more, and NASDAQ did a little bit different. So NASDAQ did kind of push that all-time high overnight. ES hasn't. So I don't know if the market is really ready to be testing those all-time highs on a Monday morning. Because what I'm looking at on ES is it did not test those highs. So we potentially do. It's not a full gap setup. It's not a good gap setup that I'm looking for, but we do technically have a gap below. So I'm kind of looking at some spots where it's likely that the market does get pulled down before it turns back around. So the safer play is buying the dip. But let me know if y'all see this short happening where we could just make some sort of move lower to check this gap, check this support down here before the market feels free to move back up. And one of the reasons I'm kind of looking at that is this just kind of structure that we're putting in. You know, if we have this hourly structure that's bullish, we're looking at higher highs, higher lows. And so the market can still kind of test down and wick up as long as it keeps pulling back higher. I think that the targets are a little bit trickier because for me, I'm looking at kind of which on the other side of it, I'm looking at bullish knife catches a little bit, but the places that I would do those are the places that I would look for that bearish play to end up. And so the first one is just this pre-market, excuse me, y'all. It would just be this pre-market low that we check. So it's pretty obvious right down there around the 67.70. So that would be the first spot to kind of, book some shorts if we do get this short move. But then it's also where I'm going to look for things to turn around and potentially buy. So that's that first level there around 67.70. I'm also looking at the settlement for last week because that's where that full gap would technically be. And that's 67.63. If we're really going to get worried, then I would be looking down to 67.50. But if we hold down there, then that's going to be a potential break in structure. We already tested it once and checked through it. We came down and started to test it and didn't make it lower. So I think that this 67.50 is less likely to get hit today, which is why I was looking at the weekly settlement level. And then if we do get down here to target these next levels up, which are really just the swing highs and swing lows. This is price action trading when we're at, the area of pushing all-time highs is just to kind of look at these swing lows and swing highs. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I do think we're less likely to have a big breakout today. So that's the other reason I'm kind of looking at some range scenarios, which is basically what this is. If we can't push through that high that we put in over market, it's just much more likely that we kind of fall into a range. And even if we're putting in this bullish hourly structure, it can still look really rangy intraday. So I'm not, it could still happen where we keep busting through and short squeezing through this stuff. I'm less optimistic about that when we have the government shut down and we don't have all of the catalysts with the numbers and everything. Because if you look at the news calendar, it's not loading today. That's fine. But we have nothing today or tomorrow. And then like Nick said, the FOMC minutes is the first thing that we actually have scheduled for Wednesday, other than a whole bunch of Fed speakers. And I think that there's, we had Fed speakers on Friday too. It's probably mostly fluff. But so that's what I'm looking at. I think we're setting up for a potentially more rangy day. I'm not as optimistic about the breakouts. We're in a balanced zone, but we're at the upper end of it. So we are still like supporting that bullish market. So it could be a little bit trickier. I think that today is one of those days that will be really good to be either really patient or just really quick scalping some of these key levels. But patience is probably going to be the name of the game for me.
Thank you, Barbie. I heard you talk about buying the dip, like if we get a nice retracement, and I might try that today after this short first, though. Down to the buy spot, maybe. So I do see the poll, 52% so far have voted longing. The sky is the limit. And then
52%?
53% now.
53, okay.
Yeah, fading this is 29% and 18% is staying out today. Interesting. Chat, what are you guys thinking? You're thinking over half of you guys are thinking longs. We shall see.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like it's just needs to show me more. I think like I would much rather go lower to start the week, right? That way we can target Friday's high on ES. But I don't know. Trading all-time highs on Monday, literally like an hour ago, is kind of like I don't really know what to do here. I think you would
Wild.
talk about if the all-time highs ran in pre-market, 90% of the time it comes back to the previous day's high, right?
Yes, it did the last two that we had.
The only problem is that previous day high is currently where we're trading at right now.
Oh,
So
shoot.
it's very, very I really don't know. If I wasn't on the stream, I'd probably just be sitting here playing Fortnite or something, or doing something else. Because I'd probably just set some alerts.
Yeah,
For
especially on
what
a
I want
Monday
to see.
morning. It's good to chill.
Yeah, no, I mean there's a lot going on, right? I mean we got what? Let's list them out here. So we got one government shutdown. So 2, no NFP yet.
Boo.
No CPI. Well, no, we CPI next week. And if no news, there is little to no news on the week. So it just makes me kind of like not really excited to do anything. I remember these days when I first started out, though, because coming off the weekend, we hit all-time highs. I'm excited to start trading. As of right now, I'm just kind of like, no, I'm not excited to trade, because I have nothing. All these catalysts here. I'm sure I'm missing a couple others that are pretty big at the moment as well. Yeah. So let me pull this up. Let me just break this down, actually.
Sitting on your hands is making money because you're flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it is.
protecting profit, protecting the account.
As much as people in the chat don't like to hear me say that, like if we look at this chart right here, I don't have the thing pulled up, so that's why I'm a little off here. And pull this. That's not it. Okay. I draw on this. Okay, cool. Like this sucks. Okay, like let's just be honest here. This sucks. No one trades that. It does kind of screw up the morning session sometimes too. This isn't gonna happen. This isn't gonna happen. This could do something, but probably not. It sucks. This sucks. And then this is the only thing, but it's a Friday. What do I always say about Fridays? Capital preservation. So this whole week just kind of sucks. We're just gonna have to wait and see, right? Like we'll see how 9:30 open. Maybe we get a setup, but we just have to take it day by day, hour by hour. Just look at the candles. So just kind of have that in the back of your mind before you start doing. And like I said, I don't like to put expectations on a day or a week, ahead of time. I kind of just like to see how price prints for the week. I think that's a better way to look at it, because if you just start getting all these days in your head where I can't trade this day because ICT said so. I can't do this day. I can't trade this morning before this day. Like you're just never gonna trade, bro. And like that sucks. So I hate to do that this morning, but man, there's a lot of catalysts going on to a point where like it reflects it in price action. It's not like price is moving a whole lot and it looks clean. It's not. It don't look like that at all. So we're just gonna have to take it hour by hour. Have you guys seen me come into the session before? And like I don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden, Nick, you're in trade. Yeah, I am. I feel really good about it. So we could look completely different in 30 minutes. So and it could look completely different tomorrow. But just kind of take it. Know that the catalysts in the market that are making the market kind of not so good. And it's Monday. Yeah, here we go. There's the last one. I forgot about that one. Monday, no news. Monday with no news.
Nick, there's a question. Bearish and bullish 1 hour SMT, which is the stronger one?
Thank you. Oh, wait. Bearish and bullish 1 hour SMT? Which is
bearish and bullish 1 hour SMT, which is the stronger one?
I'm trying to see what they mean here. Let's go back out to hourly. I'm gonna leave that up. People need to see that. Hourly. Yeah, there's a bearish one here. I think that's what you're talking about. So NQ would be the stronger. NQ would be the stronger one at the moment. And then down here, oh, you're probably talking about this one from Thursday to Friday. I don't really look at that one because that really doesn't include. I would be like, yeah, I would lean more towards the one up here because this is the most recent. You're not trading Friday's price action, so why do you care so much about that SMT? You know what I mean? If anything, I just care about this one. That's just my person. It depends what time frames you're trading too. Like if you're probably like someone who holds overnight, yeah, you probably are looking at this one. But at the moment, not right now. So yeah, there is an SMT here on the hourly though. I want to see if that aligns with something Barbie wants to do on a short. But I don't know, man. If we just run up to all-time highs today, I'm gonna be like, whoa, like I don't, you know.
I don't really have that. I don't have a play in that scenario right now.
I don't have a play in that scenario. I'll be honest with you guys. I had no. If price just like at 9:30 to 9:45, we're back up here and it's 14 points higher on ES, but I'm probably not taking a trade because I just need to see more. So yeah, no. Remember what I said about the news calendar for the week and everything. Hopefully we get NFP, right? Hopefully it comes out. But the only thing we have scheduled that is actually fun is the 10 a.m. news on Friday. So
you need your NFP fix. I can tell. We need to get you your fix.
Give me what?
We need to get you your NFP fix. I can tell.
I know. Man. Yeah, I like to pass some evals with the crew and everything. I like the volatility of it. And everything. Let's see here. I don't think Nick is out of Zen today. I don't do Zens. There's some better ones out there. I don't know if we can even talk about this. Honestly, I like these ones called knickknacks in the past. I find it kind of funny because my name's Nick, but yeah, I don't do any of those Zens, man. But how'd y'all trade last week? Man, I forgot about last week's trades. I have to go to my YouTube sometimes to look at some of my to remember my trades. So yeah, I had a trade on Wednesday, I think, and then Thursday, Wednesday and Friday. I forgot which one. Yeah,
Wednesday was my big day. I think that was your big day too. I did really well with options throughout the week because those were swing trades. They were hitting more slowly, but for day trading, the Wednesday was really kind of my big hitter, and everything else was boring.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I was the same. Yeah. Well, let me go ahead and pull up the calendar for next week because I think that's important to talk about here. This is actually something that I agree with Mr. Michael J. Huddleston on. So this is the calendar for next week. A lot better. We don't have to worry about CPI, do we, Barbie? Like it's coming out regardless, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you're supposed to be my rock here, but okay, it's coming out next week.
I was focused on this week. That one comes from that one comes from Bureau of Labor and Statistics. That's what I was just checking to make sure. So that one's not going to come out without the government back.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Aww.
That's
like a Michigan number, from one of the universities. It's not going to come out.
Dang, that sucks. So all I was gonna say is, Monday, treat Tuesday like a Monday with no news because this is a bank holiday. Not markets won't be open, and if they are, I think they're open until noon Eastern. So, treat this like a Monday before CPI with no news, right? So this would be my first day of trading, most likely, unless I get a stupid clean A+ setup here, which is doubtful. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about that because we could. I think on the betting markets right now, it's projected our government shuts down for 3 weeks. So we're only a week into that. So
holy smokes, 3 weeks? That's a long time.
19 and a half days per cal sheet, I think, or whatever it's called. Yeah. But yeah, did everyone make their bed this morning? Everyone make their bed?
So
You're
we're
not gonna be
doing.
a profitable trader unless you
No.
make your bed and you did ice bath and
Is that how that
uh,
works?
yeah. Nick's always scared to trade. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, 3 weeks. 19 and a half. You threw your bed outside the window. Surprised no one said I'm trading from my bed. Oh, there's someone. Nope, still in it. Pine tree.
Good morning, Pine Tree.
I know Corey, the phone trader, is probably in bed with like 8 phones right now, slapping trades.
He's
left and
probably
right.
out at work making money while trading from 8 phones.
Yep.
That's how Corey operates.
Yeah.
He makes money while making money.
Yeah, he'll live stream from his car because I think he uses his car Wi-Fi, and like he'll show all the trades on his phone.
Uh-huh.
We'll have to get him back on again. Chat, do you guys want Corey the phone trader back on again? Type 1.
Hopefully he's here. We're like hyping him up.
I know.
But he might be looking at this like, man, we got the government shut down and the market's being weird on a Monday morning. I can chill and wait for this.
Yeah. No.
So we have, yes, Corey the phone trader. Everyone loves you. And we also need Pine Tree Trader back on. Everyone loves you too. So we have 3 minutes until the market's going to open. I did close out that short because of this little nice juicy green candle that's forming. Yeah, anything can happen. How wild. We just keep making all new highs. Like every morning it seems like. We just keep pumping higher in pre-market. Okay, it looks like the final results of the poll, 57% voted for longing, 24% said fading this, and then 19% said staying out today.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, look at this. It is going already. So this is part of that market on open candle. I'm glad I closed out that quick short scalp I was going for.
Yeah. I will say it is very important to still participate in like looking at the market every single day. Like even though we're not very high on this week, I could look at Friday. I could come Friday, I could be like, wow, this was a super good week, you know? So
Yeah.
it's very, very important to just show up. That's why if you do show up, like you're doing better than most people. So it's just some people, they show up and they do a little too much. So just kind of know your limits and things like that.
Thanks for that reminder, Nick, that like participating in the markets doesn't mean we have to be actively in a trade. That
Yeah,
like
I'm scared
trading
to
is
take
still
trades. So like I'm super scared to take trades. So like I don't really, it's easy for me not to participate, right? Whoever said that. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's very, very important, all it needs a couple hourly candles with a couple of 5-minute candles and a high or a low for price to look good for me. So it's just I don't have any of those right now at the moment. So
Basically, it's if you're looking, your setup's there or not there. So we talk about that a lot, like being disciplined to wait for your setup. Whatever it is.
It could be when the moon is a full moon, and that's when you buy. You have to just wait
the Terry
for it.
setup. You have to wait for the moon seasons.
The moon seasons.
Read on gold or oil. Yeah, I like gold to come a little lower since that was such a huge move up from 9:30 open. 1 second.
All right, who's getting rich on AMD calls right now?
It is open.
I'm not.
Some of my people are. I'm gonna look at those.
Let's see here.
Okay, so I have to share a story with you guys. So when I did hop back in the short, by the way, when I saw this dump. When I was first learning how to trade stocks, news, like that AMD news, I would literally buy in pre-market. So it would already be up like a ton, right? And then I would buy, and then the market would just like correct itself before the big money comes in and buys. So that's the idea behind this trade, is like I'm fading my old self, because my old self would have bought the stock, and every time I would lose because it was such a bad price. And maybe this trade loses. I mean, it's very possible. But yeah, that's kind of, did that happen to you guys ever? Like when you were first learning, like you're buying already super high prices and then it just
That's
dumps on you?
chasing. I think every new trader has to have some experience with chasing, right?
Yeah. Chasing the price and then you get in at such a terrible price.
Yeah.
Cheater says it was Fugazi. Yeah, chasing, and then also the buy the rumor, sell the news. Like I didn't understand that until I experienced it, and then people told me about it. They're like, "Oh, you buy the rumor. Everyone sells the news by the time the news comes out, and then the market like goes the opposite direction." I was like,
I had kind of
"Oh,
wondered about that. Like, if you see a play that's already happened, this is what I wasn't as bad about that. But it's like if I see a play that's already happened, it's like, but the play's already happened. I can't go back in time and get in before the play, so I missed that play, and that sucks. But
yeah,
I missed that play.
yeah.
Unless you have a time machine.
Oh man, that would be worth like $1 trillion more."
Yeah, as for oil, someone asked, I'm a little like conflicted here. I can see a short scenario popping up here. And then we just came down to the new week opening gap. So I'd probably wait for a little bit more info. Man, the
I'm not
4-hour
real
was
interested
pretty
in oil
crazy.
lately. It's been so weird.
Yeah, it's been kind of weird. I would probably lean more bullish, honestly, as crazy as that sounds, because we did balance this move up from last night. So I'd probably lean more bullish on it, man. To be honest with you, but it's not nothing I'm trading at the moment. Where's it? But and then gold, obviously, I think a little bit lower before going higher.
My TP did get hit, so that's good. Paid for the loser and then some. Oh, poor friends who went in long at the open with what I did when I was first learning. Yeah, market is correcting some here. This first candle is red. What's this range? So far it's about what, 4, 5, 6, over 60 points. Mike Extreme, congratulations on your short. I think Mike Extreme might be hodling it. I used to get, I mean, I still do get really excited about the open, but like when I was first learning, it was like, oh my God, it's the open. Get so excited. Every morning I'd wake up and it felt like Christmas. I was like, ooh, like what presents will we get today? Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, no, you can't treat it like a little roller coaster ride, huh?
Yeah, I think in the beginning, trying to get used to the emotions of trading. I'm still trying to get used to the emotions of trading, but my goodness, when I was first learning, it was so intense for me. Yeah, the emotions, it's a tough one. I think a lot of traders struggle with the emotional side of trading. Why people do like erratic trading, or why we have a few losses and then we keep trading even though our plan was to only, take 2 trades type of thing. Yeah, it is. The emotional side of things can be tricky. Nick, it seems like you're like cool as a cucumber when you trade.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there are some trades I'm like that really like can make me mad. I think Wednesday was a great example of that. Like we like came like a quarter of a tick from a TP and then it sold off like 30 minutes and then like it eventually ran it. But it sometimes like that. But like you know, I think it's very, very important to just kind of assume you lost. Like if you in like if you can do that, I think you can do good trading and get used to losing. So
Yeah. I like that. I've been reading, I started reading Tom Hogarth's book again.
okay.
Yeah, The Best Loser Wins, right? Is it that one?
I'll also say this, like, me and my friend Kyle or JCap really, you know, friendship kind of grew over the past, like when he was doing that Apex run a couple months ago where he got the largest payout. And, you know, I was talking, you know, I still talk to him every day, but like, you know, we were playing video games at night, you know, just like hanging out and, you know, just like his win rate was 30 or 40%, you know, when he was going through this thing. And,
Oh, wow.
he wasn't winning a whole lot of trades, but when he did win, it was big. So I think, you know, just be alongside someone that did that. I don't know. It's kind of like one of those things that I took from this year. If there was something I was going to take from this year, it'd be that. Or like what I learned in that process is just kind of like he understood himself very, very well. He knew like he had to do this before this. And if he didn't do this, like he could tilt, he had the possibility to tilt and fall off, which is crazy because, you know, in yeah, so I'm not gonna share all the nuggets in there, but it was good. It was crazy. I'll say that.
What a great experience to get to see someone do that and to hear like the behind the scenes psychology.
Hmm. Yeah, it was nuts. He tweeted out last night. He's, I don't think anyone can do that again because of, you know, it was a perfect storm of the volatility plus, you know, he had just started, you know, running those accounts and things like that. So it was crazy. It was crazy. But yeah. But yeah, I learned a lot from that. Not nothing you can read in books. I mean, they are in books, but when you see it happen, you know, not just like from a book, you like see someone actually go through that, and you're like, holy cow, like this is insane. Like, you know, I made like 10K on a trade. He made like 200K on the trade, you know, and I'm like, dude, like this is not really that, you know, difficult. I mean, it's difficult, right? But like it's just numbers, right? And you have to learn that it's just numbers on a screen. Like you can get emotional about it, but like, you know, you can't let it inflict on your trading too much.
Mhm.
And those times where he walked away for a couple of days, you know, after a loss, and I was like, whoa, that's kind of, and the market was still moving a lot, so I knew it was hard for him to not come back. But yeah, no, it was crazy. Yeah. If it's just numbers on screen, send me 10K. Got you, bro. Yeah, I do giveaways in Discord every week, so do some MyFundedFutures giveaways in there. So if you want some accounts, maybe pop in there. So far, not really moving. We're actually leaning lower. Something that's pretty solid at the moment.
I'm still
15
waiting to
minutes.
see if we make these moves lower. I still like that setup the best.
Yeah.
I do like the 5-minute orb on this. Okay, I am going to go in the 5-minute orb with one micro. I don't want to ruin a good day. So we're just going to do one micro. I'm going to put the stop up here. Buy stop. I'll make sure this is off. And then I'm going to go for about a 1-to-1. Oops.
Apparently Trump just tweeted something. Great. That makes you feel really bad. He said there's virtually no inflation. The stock market will continually hit record highs. AMD is pumping. It's up 38%. That's crazy.
Yeah, AMD was AMD closed last week around 165, and then it opened up today around 225. So
Wild.
there's the 15-minute. Of course, there's some profit taking up here. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had the ones, let's say you had the 170 calls from last week, those are worth $5,000 a piece.
Jeez,
And they
that's-
were, yeah, like $200. So not bad.
Wow, look at that chart.
Yeah, the options went absolutely insane. So $2 up to 50. So $200 option contract is worth actually at the peak almost $6,000 today. So yeah, that's why people be selling that. I don't blame them. AMD had open AI news, y'all. There's they're taking a 10% stake potentially. Anybody gets AI news, we're still in that mode. AI equals rocket ship.
Mr. Delusional says Apple is dumping hard.
Yeah, look at the Mag 7 here real quick.
Amazon
Tesla's
and
up
Meta too.
3.5. Everything else kind of mid. Obviously, I don't have AMD on here, but AMD's like up there. It's obviously up there right now. So,
Anybody who had AMD is feeling real good today. They don't need to trade futures today.
yeah, they might not be trading the rest of the week, but I guarantee you they probably will because they'll be riding that high, right? You know.
Yeah, that does happen after winning. Sometimes people can get like more relaxed with their risk management and size up too quickly,
Yeah.
or just the winning euphoria, like you feel like you're invincible.
Yeah, one of my best, one of the craziest stories I had is it was like 3 years ago. I had, I was doing like 2.5. So I was like up 28K in a week. Okay, definitely it was absolutely crazy. But it was like 7K day, like 8. You know, it was this combination. And then on Friday, oh my god, I'll never forget it.
What happened?
It was on April 2022. I forgot the date. And I just gave like majority of it back. Like I think I ended up like 2K profit for the week. It was absolutely. I remember Thursday night going to Friday. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna freaking hit like a 30K, 40 like K week. It was absolutely, I was not. If I could look back at that, I'm looking back at that person now. I was like, man, I kid was an idiot. It was just, man, it's just so crazy how trading, like you can literally screw up everything on a just a random Friday.
Yeah,
I mean, get that profits. Let's see here. 15, the 5. Okay, if we keep bleeding lower, I do like these Asia and London lows. My target for NQ ES, I'm sorry, is this new week opening gap. That is at 67.68. And then on NQ, that is at, I don't know if it's gonna get down here though on NQ. I would probably just shoot for London lows on NQ, and then the new week opening gap at 67.68 on ES. That's a good target for the day. If you can catch a trade down to those levels, that's a pretty good day, I think. You can sure go there.
I'm kind of wary about a reversal, right? Like, because if this market does want to go higher, it will reverse at some point. So I'm in the short at the 5-minute orb trade. It was in profit, it still is in profit, but not by much right now. I'm kind of like, NQ can be so sneaky. Like, as far as like when it starts to reverse. And
Yeah, I can, but like I don't really see a whole lot of like no sort of relative low or any sort of
like,
like
yeah.
point. I mean, there's an hourly gap here on NQ that we just hit.
Hmm.
I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm kind of leaning towards London low on NQ
London low.
and New Week opening gap on ES.
Okay.
But what do I know?
No, I like it. It makes me more confident about this short. I'm like, oh, my stomach feels a little queasy. It's so funny. Like even with a one micro, my stomach is still like, like if the trade doesn't go in my direction right away and just keeps pumping, those are my favorite trades, right? And then I feel relaxed, and especially if I have moved my stop to break even, then I'm like, oh yeah, it's all good. But yeah, it's so funny. Maybe it's Monday. My stomach needs to get stronger for the week.
Yeah, another thing too you can do. I don't know like what time frame. Like I do this a lot. Like I'm trading the 5 minute. Let's just say I shorted an imbalance up here until and it's going my way, right? Like say it puts an imbalance here and imbalance here, like a fair value gap. Until it starts to reverse, like disrespect a couple of those, I don't really care. You know that it puts in a green candle. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like why would like, it's just because I guarantee if you turned off, I tell these people do this all the time. Like when we were in that long last week on Wednesday, 2 all-time highs, I told people to turn off the wicks, right? Because like if you turn off the wicks, you're like, oh my god, it's just a pullback. It's just a pullback, you know. But if
Yeah.
you look at the wicks, you're scared to death. So
Right. I like that.
So something I like to tell people. Another thing too, like if you enter on the 1 minute, like watch on the 5. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like every 1 minute candle, like you're gonna get some sort of like emotional, like something's that trigger. Whereas a 5 minute candle, not too bad. Or even like a 15 or a 10. I know some people trade the 10. Oh, we got another poll. You're an ICT trader. Yeah, put it in the chat. Yes. Let's see. Barbie didn't believe me that one day when we had like 59%. Yes.
Because we redid it and it was not. So that's how I know that it was fake news.
Yeah. Like.
Let's see how people vote. Everyone, make sure you vote. Let us know how many ICT traders are in the house.
Yeah.
ICT concept traders, right? Because it's not like it's not a full strategy. It's like concepts. Is that right, Nick? Like, I think Lumi traders shared that with us. It's not like
she would know more than I do, and she would care much more than I would. I don't care that much. Let's see, but yes,
I thought it was called concepts because it's cooler than strategies or something.
It's called models, Barbie. Models.
Oh.
Remember he does this little thing with models. I never even heard of model until he said.
Because he made it up.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, concepts. I gotcha. CJ's got it.
Yeah.
There's Corey. See, we were hyping up Corey before Corey was here. We hyped up Denny before Denny's here. We hyped up Corey before Corey's here.
Everyone wants you back on, Corey. We were talking about you trading on your phone at work and then streaming from your car and showing your trades on your phone.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that there's a new ICT concept. I didn't fully understand it. I watched like a short real quick and then I was like, I don't understand.
Is Terry the ICT trader now?
Oh,
Is that the strategy this week?
no. Although maybe I should try it on for size. No, I did see, because a lot of people do trade ICT concepts. And even though they don't care for the stories, right? Like the kidnapping and the van and all that. It is a lot of concepts just rebranded. So whether you call it tomato, it's
How
all
dare you?
it's all the same. Yes, Blessed Prophets called it says suspension block. I was like, is that just like
Suspension.
a range? I don't know.
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person on that one. I did see it on Twitter. Yeah, people like hyping it up, and then one of my friends tweeted out. He said something, and he's like, what is? Someone was like, what is that? He was like, I don't know. It's just the next new shiny object, which it is. So looks like we're moving lower on some moving lower here on ES. ES definitely the weaker one. It's following that SMT. Someone who had asked that question about the SMT earlier. Looks like ES actually is kind of like so new week opening gap. I better mark that off actually. Do I not have that saved here? Oh, I'm not a real ICT trader then. So that's 67.68. I anticipate that to get hit, and then obviously the NQ London low. But I want to see how we displace through lows. Like right now, my 15-minute chart kind of wicking a little bit. So let's see what we can do. Dude is still using his stuff and talking bad funny. Yeah, well, some of y'all just gotta learn to separate the person from the concepts or stuff like that.
Well, I'm liking this consolidation on the 5-minute candle for that short I'm holding on to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that. Yay, it's working so far. Go, 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 go.
What's your target at 25,111?
Yeah, 25,111. Lucky number.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, sometimes you wonder which jokes Barbie is smiling about. It's her Discord she's smiling about. They're just typing in messages or something. So we got this SMT here. It's holding pretty well. We're getting displacement with it. I think if you guys want to frame a short, the only problem is I just don't know how much it would be like right around now. For this 15-minute OB, it's a better risk reward than I thought. You're anticipating the new week opening gap to get filled, which I don't think that's a bad idea, especially like if London can go down here. If NQ goes to London low, ES will fill this gap. So that could be something you guys could be looking at right there. As for NQ longs or long on the market, I don't have it yet, mainly due to the lower time frames with this SMT. The lower time, well, God, words are hard today. The lower time frames are showing displacement lower with this SMT at the high. So I can't really go long right here until we get displacement back to the upside. We need some order flow. We do have order flow. We got Voltron in here. Voltron's always spitting out like the big bubbles with the.
He's got the order flow. He's watching the actual orders.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far 320 people have voted. 47% say they do trade with ICT concepts. Are you an ICT trader? or I should say 46% have identified as ICT traders. 54% said no.
Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta think there's 250 votes that haven't been casted yet, so they probably lean 90% ICT. They just don't want to say it.
I like your math, Nick.
Let's see here. I will say the ICT community is absolutely, they can just say some outlandish stuff and just it's absolutely crazy. Whereas like, so I know people do like supply and demand and just look at charts, and they do options trading on like a random ticker. Like they don't bother nobody. That's one thing I like. But man, it's ICT. You can get some people that like tell me like what a concept is. I'm like, okay, cool. I don't care. Do you make money? They're like, no, but I'm back testing. I'm like, okay.
Oh, like strongly opinionated people.
Yeah, bro. Until we get the same tax bracket, I don't think you can say much there, bro.
Yeah. I think sometimes maybe it's like new traders, they're very excited, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and maybe you experience like a win streak, and then you're like, oh, let me help you. This really works. And then people are,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
most people are trying to be helpful. I mean, some people are just like trolling and just want us to feel bad. But like, I think a lot of people, they're like, oh, I told you, you should have gone long. Or like, I told you, you should have gone short. But I do think the heart of most people is like, they're trying to help us. But yeah, they're always the people who are like,
Yeah.
just more difficult to be around maybe in real life. Like maybe more challenging. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think when they get to the end of whatever learning curve they're on, they'll realize that like, oh wow, this strategy is like a 70% win rate, 60 or 55. Like this is just like all the other strategies. I thought this was like the golden thing, and it's not, So
Yeah.
I think the sooner you realize that, the better.
That there's no holy grail. I remember searching for it. I was like searching endlessly for it. Back testing, like doing all sorts of things for hours, doing like just looking for like that perfect, like, can't it just win all the time and like only lose like this tiny itty bitty time?
That is the thing. Everyone just wants the profits only. Every single time I teach someone a strategy, they're like, but it lost that one time. I'm like, yup. Happened. That's why there's a stop loss, right? If every single trade worked, you wouldn't need a stop loss.
When you look at the charts right now, Barbie, what do you see?
I'm still just waiting for my plan to play out. I mean, we haven't. We're kind of testing one of those levels that I was looking at, but we haven't totally started a rotation yet. So I'm just waiting.
Yeah, no, about the same here too. I do like the move down. Like I think it kind of went with Barbie's idea for the short, and everything like that. I mainly just this morning, I've had more entertainment reading some of the questions in the chat and some of the commentary in there. So I've rather than watching price, but I try to, even on days when I don't feel very good about price action, I try to like do my best to monitor it and talk through like what I think it's going to do. So before I head out, I think we're going to go for this new week opening gap on ES, and you could potentially, that trade I pointed out a couple minutes ago, you could be in that down to this new week opening gap, like to fill it. That's at 67.63. And I think if that happens, NQ will be going to the London low. So you're in the weaker asset. And then obviously if you're an NQ, I think you got like, you're in the stronger asset, but like I think you have a target. I think we can get down to here. And obviously we have this SMT at the highs. So there's a big divergence here. But yeah, no, this is the catalyst for the week. Like when we started today, government shutdown. We haven't had NFP. We have CPI next week if the government's open. I think that's what you said, Barbie. Or are we still gonna have it?
The government has to be open for anything to come out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which includes PMI.
And it's a Monday with no news. So, just kind of taking everything. I'm going to see how the daily candle prints. I know based on all my data and everything that I've collected, all my trades, I can literally just go on my YouTube playlist and look at my trade recaps and be like, oh, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. Not a whole lot of trades on Monday. So I know myself. So like that's the most important thing. But that's going to do it for me. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thank you, Nick. See you tomorrow.
You guys have fun.
Ooh, is the market going to reverse, Barbie? It might be coming up soon.
I'm looking for that spot. We're at one of the little spots I was looking for, but I'm still a little bit cautious that we're going to keep moving lower, so I'm waiting. I'm not going to try to knife catch every level. That's the problem when you've got multiple levels within a range. I like to wait, and I like to see the rotation at a level, especially if there's another level below, if that makes sense. So if we're in a short, we've got targets. We're not at that full target yet. That full target's going to be where I really start looking for that reversal. But we'll see. Hopefully I don't miss out on a trade waiting for the long. That does happen sometimes, but I'm actually fine with it because in the grand scheme of things, I know it works out better for me to focus on the trades that I'm best at. So that's the plan. What's your plan for the week, Terry?
Stay out of trouble.
How's that going to happen?
Trade less, and document my trades, right? Oh, so last week, remember I was trying on the size of that set bracket of 200 for 500. So last week when I used it, we had one winner and then we had two losses. So last week it still ended $100, right? Not including commissions. So I think I will play with that again this week, trying it on for size. Right now, in my training journey, it's definitely, I'm like just not able to commit to one strategy yet. I still feel like I'm going shopping. I'm trying on outfits. I'm just like, I can't find the right dress to go to the dance. I'm like, none of these dresses are quite right. So I'm still trying them on. But while I'm trying them on, my plan is to stay out of trouble. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What do you think about that, Barbie?
Well, I mean, you've been trading a while, so that's
I
why
know. I'm like,
why are we jumping strategies?
yeah.
Do you have a hard time committing? Are we not a committer? Is that the problem?
I do commit in other things, but I don't know why. Like for the markets, I'm like, like not quite yet.
You've been trading longer than I have. So.
Well, but like it's off and on, right? Like you can't just say,
but,
"Oh, you've
so
been
you
trading."
might need to start dating with some of these strategies a little more seriously.
You're right. You're right. I need to move from just like the third, fourth date to I might have to bring someone home to meet my mom.
Might be time.
It might be time. It might be time.
Of course, if you got a lot of free time, then you can do the ICT thing. I just can't stand listening to. If I go watch a trading video, I want to hear some trading stuff, and there's not always a lot of trading stuff in those videos.
Yeah.
We are at, if anybody's familiar with floor pivots, that's where we are on ES right now. We didn't make it all the way down for NASDAQ, did we? Nope, NASDAQ's still got some room. So I think that's why we're slowing down here, but I'm just not going to jump in anything crazy on a Monday morning. No crazy Monday morning knife catches. I want to see that rotation start because there's still a little bit room lower. So I'm really kind of looking for that 63 area. We'll see. So you were talking about fewer trades also. How many trades is normal? Like on average?
Like when I look at the monthly charts, right? Like how it has the dashboard. Usually I'd say like if I'm not trying to trade less, it's like 10 to 20. If I'm trying to trade less, then it is under 10 for sure. I did have
day?
yeah, in a day. But that includes scaling in, right?
Mhm.
And scaling out. But like last week, or not last week, but the week before when I was in Florida for the trading competition, it every single day on my MyFundedFutures account, because I was so busy. And so I would trade glowbacks on the MyFundedFutures account and then trade pre-market. It was only 1 to 2 trades each day, every day. And what do you know? I got a payout. So trading less is definitely key.
Like I mean, I don't marry the statistics. I think they're interesting, but I try to track what I'm actually doing. I wouldn't be able to do that if it was 10 trades a day. That's too much
Yeah.
work to track.
Yeah. It is a lot of work. This is true. Chat, do you guys journal all of your trades? Type in 1 if you do, type in no if you do not, but you want
Congrats,
to.
Carefree Panda. This is when it's time to go enjoy your day and not like, don't try to add a little bit more. Don't do that. Just get it booked.
Oh, Helpful says, I journal by looking at my failed accounts.
Was that a serious comment though, or? Oh, good question, Terry. I'm gonna put this question to Terry. Terry, are there any promos right now?
Yes, you
Promos.
guys, use code YouTube and you will get 5% off. Always the best discount with code YouTube. But right now, the special promo is the Scale Flex add-on. So when you select the 50K Scale account and then you select the Flex add-on at checkout, you will get to withdraw up to $6,000 every time, which is huge. And once you use code YouTube on that with that promo, right, it becomes only $120 and some change, and that's all in. There is no activation fees ever with MyFundedFutures. End of day drawdown, instant payouts, awesome dashboard. It's fantastic. So use code YouTube to help support the channel. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this trade is just chopping around, but I do like that bear flag that's forming. Thank you, Abhishek. Abhishek just dropped information about the Flex add-on in chat.
I'm still watching this 63 area down here on ES. See if we get there. A few minutes.
Barbie, you coach traders individually and in groups?
I'm not really doing one-on-one so much anymore. I mean, it doesn't make sense for me to. With what I make, it doesn't make any sense. But we do have the Discord, so I'm always in there mentoring and helping and answering questions. And the great thing about that is we have more than just my mind in there. We have a small cap trader who's really active. We've got someone who's been that has come from the buy and hold scene and has been really great in the prop firms lately. He's on vacation right now, but yeah, there's a lot of different kind of minds that can help. And different people use different platforms too. So that's why I like I think the collaborative group spaces are a little bit more productive anyway, because we might get a question about Thinkorswim or Quant Tower, and I don't know, but we got a guy for that.
And Hunter's in there, and Baba June is in there.
Mm-hmm. We've got some great traders in there, all different kind of walks of life. Some of them have been with me since I started day trading in like 2021. That's like BMO and Hunter. They figured that out, or they had to find their way at the same time, and we've each kind of found different niches, I guess, a little bit, or different skills. And so I think that's why it's great to come together as a group.
It's a fun Discord. A lot of fun shenanigans happen in there.
Yeah, I think it should be fun. I mean, there's lots of dry trading groups, but this is kind of my second career too. So I already had a whole career. I don't want to be all stuffy, and it's always like, oh, I got to be professional all the time, wearing high heels and all that. And now I get to do whatever I want. And so that's the space that I created. Like it's meant to be fun. We do serious things. Money can be very serious, but at the same time, I think if you take life too seriously, it makes everything harder, including trading. So yeah, we've had people that come in just real serious, like, what do you mean you're cracking jokes? Like, yeah, I can't live without them.
Yes, exactly. I love that about you. I'm the same way. Like, this is a second professional career, and it's so nice to just be able to be like, wild and crack jokes, and not take things so seriously and be stuffy. One of my friends, she's a legit financial advisor, like big time. I think the person that she works with, they only will take people who have at least $1 million in assets or more. And I was talking about it with one of my really good friends, and I was just like, I wouldn't ever want to do that, because I just don't want to be stuffy. Like, I just want, I want to be able to wear a t-shirt and work and not have to like always wear a suit. Yeah, it's fun. I love that about our world of trading, and like retail traders and prop traders. We can show up any way we want to, which is amazing. Yeah, it's just chopping around. Not much is happening. Oh, what are we getting ready for?
I believe there might be a drop of something in a couple minutes.
A surprise?
Trying to turn around a little bit early on me here. I just wanted a little bit lower.
Hmm.
That was rude. If I was being a dick for a tick down here, I'm gonna be mad at myself.
Oh, are you in a trade right now, Barbie? I can't see.
No, I'm waiting for one.
Waiting.
Yeah, I got rules. Well, we can ask Terry if she's got rules for market avoidance also. But I avoid the market so a lot of times I'm going to avoid when things aren't syncing up, and we've got a little bit of that right now. So that's one of the things I'm kind of waiting for, is for the ES and the NASDAQ to sync up. We end up out of balance a lot, and the A+ setups for me are when these guys are moving together. It's just a fact. The market, if the whole market is moving together, that's a whole lot of money moving together. I'm going to be riding that wave. So yeah, I haven't had an A+ setup yet today anyway. So that's the way I kind of look at it. Like if I don't have a great setup, I'm less likely to enter. If I don't even get a good one, I'm avoiding it altogether. And we're kind of setting up for that you got to think about what's going to drive the market. This isn't really white van shit. It's real participants. So you have to kind of think about what's going on. If the government is shut down and there's a lot of stuff like just kind of we're waiting on all of these things to happen, the market's not going to be super productive. It's not going to be shifting modes, and it's not going to be hitting a lot of new levels. It's just going to be continuing about its business. And so I pay attention to that stuff too. Do we have something that's going to change what people think, what the larger participant in the market is going to be repositioning or anything, or are we just still waiting? And if we're still waiting, that leans into chop. Do I have a setup for chop? Yeah. I really love trading breakouts. They're really powerful trades. But I can still watch for, I'm looking for like the narrative and the context of what's going on in the market, and then I can kind of tailor my setups for that. But sometimes it's don't mess with it. Like right now, if it didn't come down to my spots potentially, and don't mess with it. What about you, Terry? Do you have times when you are just not going to touch it?
Only when the market is closed.
Hmm.
I'm joking, guys. In afternoon, I don't like afternoon chop. Like in about an hour, 2 hours from now, I don't like to be in that afternoon time. I like to trade around the open, pre-market, and then the like close, around the close, if I do even decide to trade the close, because I do like to just be done with the day and move on and do other things, other responsibilities for sure. And just like if you get to enjoy the day and go out to lunch or something like that, that's way better than staring at the screens, like, right? And yeah, a lot of consolidation could happen in the afternoon. So it looks like there was a giveaway we missed, Barbie, in chat. I saw some people say, I got it. I was like, wait, what? We missed that one. MyFundedFutures, let us know so that we can be prepared for the next one. It sounds like it was a special giveaway. It was a bunch of letters. I think people were guessing what they were, maybe. I am late. VV1.
Here we go. Maybe I'm not late yet. That would have been my first little trim there, VWAP. That's the annoying thing. So I basically kind of missed the trade because it didn't come down to my spot yet. So pardon me, this is like a really general thing, how to pass evals. That's such a like where do we begin question. But basically, in order to pass an eval, well, why are you passing an eval? It's because you want a funded account, right? What are you going to do with your funded account? What strategy are you going to trade in it? You need to be thinking about that plan for that final funded account when you're in the eval, and you might trade the eval more aggressively. I trade my evals more. I trade them ridiculously aggressively sometimes, to be honest, but that's because I'm not if I lose an eval, I don't feel like I'm a bad trader at this point. I did at the beginning, like maybe the first few I did. I don't really get that anymore. If you still really get attached to your evals, you should still be trading them more conservatively, like you want to trade your live account. But think about that. What strategy are you going to put on your live account? And then practice that in your eval. That should be, if anyone's saying trade an eval instead of paper, we get that argument a lot. Like you might as well have something on there that you can, potentially win at the end of the day instead of just flat out paper. You have to think about the big picture and be planning for that from the very beginning, because it's not about, we get into this mindset where we just want to win and we're not thinking about the big picture. Why do we want to win? What do we want to win? What's the plan when we get to that live account? So think about what you want to do in that live account and work on that strategy. And you know, it's a lot of times when we focus on the big picture instead of these individual steps like pass and eval, everything starts to come together. I had that same experience because I was focused on my daily wins. I wanted to get that 1% a day. I was in my options account, so a little bit different, but I was trying to get that 1% a day. And if I didn't get that 1% a day, I was like, I didn't do my job. But that's not really it. My job is to come to the charts and execute the plan every day. Some days the plan pays more than others. Some days the plan doesn't pay. And that's all part of the process that we have to accept. That's what everybody means by accepting the losses. It's not like you should just say, oh, I'm going to lose a bunch. It's like, no, you have to accept that not every single trade is going to work out. And sometimes there are going to be losses, to plan for them so they keep your account alive. But that's, you know, back to the plan. You've got to have that plan for the eval that you're going to carry into the live account and focus on that plan more than anything else. And the little pieces should fall into place a lot easier. Hmm.
Ooh, could this be the reversal?
I think it is. I think I missed it. This probably is the bounce. It kind of ended up between those two levels I was watching. I was really watching that weekly. Well, I like watching settlement, but we went down to the open, so we didn't completely fill the gap on ES, which is interesting. That kind of leaves that spot open to retest at some point this week. We'll see.
What do you think about trading becoming so big with like competitions the way it is with esports?
For me, I came to the market to make money in an account, and so I don't really care about the competitions. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I know it's great for entertainment, and that's, you know, there's two sides to this business. One is people learning to trade, the other one's making a show of trading. And you and I are, you know, walking that line kind of between both. But for me, my live trading will always come first. And I think it's entertaining, but I don't think people should expect everyday trading to be like that, because I don't know about you, when I'm trading in a competition, I'm usually trading a little bit different.
Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got gamification, strategy, and all that. It's not about just making money. So for me, I mean, it gets frustrating sometimes because it's like, well, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? My number one priority, and has stayed the same for the past 4 years I've been doing this, is to make a whole bunch of money so I don't have to do anything else. I could just I'll invest. That's, you know, I have my whole career in real estate. It's not like I've thrown all that knowledge away. I'm still doing investing, but that was my goal there, was to be able to switch from being a lowly salesperson to being an investor like the people that I was working for. So I finally hit that goal. But my goal in trading is to make a lot of money, whether everybody knows it or not. And it doesn't really matter if I'm on the top of a leaderboard for a competition, because that is a totally different style of trading. And that's not what most of the people here want. Maybe some of them would love to be at the top of the leaderboards and all that. But I do think that most people come because they want to have a little ATM on their computer.
Yeah, definitely. And to be able to leave their 9 to 5s, I think for a lot of people. Yeah, it is very different. I'm glad you brought that up. That trading competitively is in these competitions, it's like very different than the way responsible trading would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be it's for entertainment. That's the whole point of it, right? You're talking about entertainment style trading. So it's going to be higher leverage. And, you know, if you try to copy that into regular everyday trading, and I see people do this all the time, they watch these trading competitions or whatever shows where they're trading really high leverage, smash or pass style. and then they feel like that's trading, and then they wonder why they can't make their account go positive, and they wonder why they can't keep an eval. That wasn't about keeping an eval. That was about showing you how big somebody's balls are and not how big their account is. So keep in mind that that's definitely a different thing. Don't try to be going full leverage all the time and expecting to build a lot of wealth off of it.
No. Yeah, I saw someone made a video on YouTube showing this trading competition in Korea, and it was legit. It looked like major event esports. Like they had this huge screen up, and it looked like they had hundreds of people watching it, and they had like a sports announcer, and they had like all the different players. Like they'd go back and forth through the different players, and they were watching someone get liquidated. And exactly, it's like the entertainment component of it and just the sport part of it. But it is very different. Yeah, unless you're going to become a competitive trader and make that your full-time gig, which maybe one day it might be possible.
That's not for me, though.
Yeah,
It's not on
no,
my goal list.
it's not Barbie's goal.
I mean, I get told I'm poor all the time, and I'm like, okay.
That makes me
Sure.
laugh. Who says that?
That's not what it's about. You know, I think at a point it's like it doesn't matter what other
Yeah,
people think of you or how much people are impressed by your trading, because I get that a lot. Like my trading is more boring than some other people's, but
it's
I actually pay the bills
consistent.
with my trading. I don't pay, I'm not depending on clicks and stuff, which has always been my goal. I don't even know how the whole YouTube thing happened. I never intended to be on YouTube. It just happened. But my goal is just to come here and learn how to whoop these markets into shape. Yeah, Carlos, I got the old Benz instead of the new Lambo. A lot of people will never understand that. Yeah, no, look, if your mom tells you you're special, it's definitely true.
Ash! Hey, good morning.
Oh, Ash has come on early. Sneaking in the back door with his mic muted.
Good morning, Ash.
Unmute.
Oh,
There you
shoot.
go.
Oh, there we go.
I was
Happy-
confused because it wasn't muted like on the mic, but it was in the backstage. So I was like, what's going on here?
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
How was your weekend?
It was really good. I like to do a bunch of outdoor activities during the weekend. So we got a
Yes.
bunch of hiking in this weekend.
Oh, I love that. I love being in nature. It completely grounds me and makes everything that feels big feel so small. Like, oh, it's nothing.
I just like to really gain some more perspective. One of my favorite things is traveling because there's so much out there. There's so much different culture you can learn. There's different experiences. There's different perspectives, and I highly enjoy going and learning about different things.
I think having different perspectives is actually critical to success, because if you're just so focused on your own business, you don't know, you don't have anything to score anything on. You don't have any perspective, but you don't know if something's really great or really bad because you don't have anything to compare it to.
Right. Yeah, I like to do a lot of hiking is the first thing. Where we're at, there's state parks everywhere. So the whole touch and
Sweet.
grass thing is a real thing for me.
I love that. Barbie, before we head out, last minute thoughts to leave us with?
Well, I'm still kind of looking for this bounce down here. Maybe I didn't nail the right spot, but I still think it's going to be a relatively choppy day. So I'm not betting the whole house on today for sure. I'm just going to try to see if I can get a B+ better setup to work out. and see what we can set up for the rest of the week, really, since it's a little bit weird week with the government shutdown.
Yeah, it is. All right, Ash, Barbie and I are going to head out. We will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome back to another new week, another chance to gain more conviction in our business. Conviction is built through experience. So we got to keep showing up. We got to keep working. We got to keep learning. Every single day is another opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. So, as you can see, for the past 4 months now, how long has it been since we started these live streams, actually? But ever since we did start the live streams, you'd find me showing up right here every single morning. I'll take every single opportunity I can get to gain more conviction in this business. Every single day is a learning opportunity, and I'll treat it that way. So we'll see what today brings. I'm going to come back to this, but we got to get through our normal routine. We got to get through our weekly outlook. We got to prepare. We got to create our game plan. That way we understand what we're looking for within price action. Let's make sure we're prepared. Let's make sure we're ready to go, and we create a game plan to engage with the market this week. So we'll come back to this, okay? But let's start going through our assets, and let's see what they have for us. We'll go through all of them: NQ, ES, oil, the dollar, euro. Let's get some weekly game plans created, and then we'll take a look at intraday action, and then we can also talk about any type of information or questions and answers that everybody would like to go through. So I'm going to start on euro simply because I'm more focused on NQ and ES during my session. So I'm going to get through euro and Dixie first because I don't look at them intraday. So the only reason that I really even look at them is because you all ask about them. So if the community didn't ask any questions about the euro or Dixie, I probably wouldn't even follow them because, in my opinion, less is more, quality over quantity. I'd much rather only focus on one or two things and get really good at it. So we'll still analyze them for you all, but just know that when I'm looking to trade, I'm trading NQ and ES. All right, so for a weekly outlook here on euro, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, we had a form of resistance here from the gap on the daily chart. For anybody that is new to the stream or is just now joining the stream, the way that I create a bias, the way that I create a game plan is I get out on the daily chart, I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. I look at the most recent information, and that is what helps me develop a bias. Okay, so the most recent information was that euro got rejected from this area of resistance. So for that reason, I was looking for a move to the swing low here. Now, majority of that move already occurred here earlier this morning. You can see that we made a nice move, almost completing the target. So I'm not really looking to force additional move lower here. We'll see if they can complete the move below the swing low, but it did get a good job completing this resistance here and then a move lower from it. I believe we went over euro and the dollar on Friday's live stream, so you can also fact check me there in regards to lower prices on euro. All right, same thing for the dollar. Okay, the dollar, we were looking for higher prices. The reason why we were looking for higher prices is because price found support right here. Since price found support from this area, look at all these wicks, look at all these candles. Since price found support from this area, we were looking for higher prices to the swing high here. So bullish on the dollar. And the dollar was another one that we went over on Friday. So go ahead, just rewatch the Friday live stream if need be. We were looking at higher prices on the dollar. And what a beautiful move that was. Again, almost completing the objective. Not quite, but a beautiful move nonetheless to start the week. All right. Beautiful, beautiful move there. Oil next. Oil ran below a bunch of swing lows, right? Look at all these lows in here. For that reason, I was looking for a move back internal, right? So we swept out a low here. Since we swept out a low, I'll look for a move back internal. And we got a FEG in here. It's small, but it is present to reach internal for. So we'll be looking for a move higher on oil. All right, so far a move lower on euro, a move higher on dollar, and a move higher on oil. All right. NQ already completed the bias. Okay, so we started the week looking at an area of support. Okay. Price did a phenomenal job bouncing from that area to make another new all-time high. Man, it is just all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. The bulls are clearly in control. I don't really know how else to say it. They continue to keep making new all-time highs day after day after day. So in my opinion, if you're going to try to be the hero by calling the top and, trying to short the top of the market, you're going to get ran over time and time again. So in my opinion, I would rather allow price to do whatever it wants to do, and then I react efficiently to it. So what I mean by that is allow price to do something definitively bearish on the daily chart first, right? So something that is extremely bearish is if price came and completely invalidated this gap here, right? If we closed heavily below it, if we closed down here, invalidating this gap, that would be something that is bearish. That hasn't happened yet. So for that reason, all of these intraday moves lower, they're not scaring me out of the bias, right? Like, sure, yeah, we moved lower, but I'm still bullish. The same exact thing happened the last couple of days, right? We had to move lower at the open, then we had to move higher. We had to move lower at the open, then we had to move higher. Right? So what I'm trying to say is intraday action does not determine my bias. Okay? Anytime that I'm creating a bias, it's on the daily chart here. And as of right now, the daily chart continues to keep making new all-time highs. So until price definitively does something different, does something so bearish on the daily chart that you can't miss it, I'm going to remain bullish on NQ and ES. All right. That doesn't mean long every single day you come in here. You still want to be longing from bullish fair value gaps and longing from below old lows. Okay. I'm still conducting the model the way that it's supposed to be conducted. Right. So not every single day should we be longing, right? Because if we're above a swing high, that doesn't really look like the location to be longing from. So I'll continue to keep looking for higher prices on NQ and ES for this reasoning. Unfortunately, this is one of those examples of sometimes me hopping on the 10:30 to 11:30 stream is too late, right? So I was able to provide this bias to my community saying that we were bullish this week, right? because we tapped into a gap here, but then we run to the target before my session even comes up here at 10:30, right? This was an overnight move that was completed here at 8 a.m. Okay, so very good job on that bias, but now that that's been completed, right, again, I don't look too long above old swing highs. So now is the time to be patient and wait for price to get to another area to look for longs. This intraday action moving lower does not make me bearish. So I don't care if there is no long position available this morning. I would rather just sit on the sidelines and wait until price gets to a bullish area again. All right, so that's my outlook on the assets that we've been watching. If you have any questions about the weekly outlook, I'll give some time to go over those questions before we move on to the next portion of the segment. So I'm heading over to chat now. Let me refresh it as well. If you have any questions about the weekly outlook, feel free to throw it in chat. We'll go over some questions about the weekly outlook first before we get into intraday action. I'll give you guys a moment to put some questions in chat while I take a sip of water, and we'll go over weekly outlook questions first and then move into intraday action. Ash, which areas do you look for NQ longs inside of bullish fair value gaps and swing lows? What time do I trade mostly? New York Open. Is it bullish? The amount of new all-time highs that we've made over the past month, I think it speaks for itself. Ash, didn't Dixie also reject from a bearish gap after? So I had this bias before that happened, right? So if you take a look at when we created this bullish bias here, I do see what you're saying, and I agree with that, right? This gap here. I understand what you're saying. But I was bullish when we were in this gap. So I was not referring to this bearish gap. Trend is your friend. That is right. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend, without a doubt. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Without a doubt. Yeah, the TT trading, the answer is still the same thing. I look for longs below old swing lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps. So take a look, right? We just swept a 15-minute swing low, right? So that would be an area to start looking for a long position. That's why you see me go down to a lower time frame, and we'll see if this right here turns into a breaker plus a fair value gap. Same thing here on ES, right? On ES, we swept out a 15-minute swing low. After sweeping out the 15-minute swing low, we created a breaker block plus an FEG. So that's why you saw that on my screen as I entered the live stream. Any other questions? We'll move into intraday action if there is not. Are you suggesting it's the low of the session? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm efficiently reacting to price. I cannot determine where price is going. I objectively analyze it, and when something appears, I efficiently react to it. Right? So that's a good chance to segue into intraday action, right? So if I'm bullish, right, like I stated, I look below old swing lows to look for long positions. Therefore, I waited all morning for it to go below a swing low, right? We even got to tap into the new week opening gap, which NQ did not, right? So you can see some bullish SMT here, right? So below a swing low with bullish SMT, and then you have a confirmed entry function, right? So these are all the things that I look for to engage with the market. Can you show the breaker? Yep, the breaker is exactly what's highlighted here. Has the fair value gap aligned with it. Any other questions? For the breaker, do you also use the wicks? Yeah, you can see right here the entire candle is highlighted. I use the entire candle. How do you feel about the bearish SMT at previous day high? It looks like ES still has a target to reach for with previous day high. Ash, are you trading YM? No, I focus on ES and NQ. You can see that YM's not even in the watch list. Why do I have a virtual background? Why not? Why not? Yeah. If you notice Burke having the same background, that's because we're roommates. What about gold? We can take a look at gold. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I must have referenced I don't know what live stream it was because I don't really follow gold, but it looks like I must have referenced this gap here the last time somebody asked me about it. And this is your example of trend is your friend until the end of the trend. We got supported by a bullish gap. We made another new all-time high. So once again, don't try to be the hero trying to pick a top. We once again found support from a bullish gap and made another new all-time high. So same thing as NQ and ES, bullish until proven otherwise. All right, the daily chart has to specifically say something extremely clear to say otherwise. How to know when the bulls fail? It's when your stop loss gets hit. Right, so here's my entire idea right here. Seeing if price can find support from this area. You can see the position right here. This would be the entry. This would be the stop loss. This would be the take profit. So if price went and hit your stop loss, you are wrong. So let's get a quick analysis done here on this position once again. This is the same thing, just a different day. All right, we have a downtrend. Right, notice how clear of a breakout we got from the downtrend. We broke out of the downtrend. Once we broke out of the downtrend, we were looking for the area that we broke out from to then be turned into support for higher prices. So just a simple downtrend breakout. Very clear, strong breakout. We got a nice candle closure when we broke out. Nice impulsive candle. And we've been going higher since. Oh, is it Denny's birthday today? Happy birthday, Denny. Hope you enjoy your day. Happy birthday to the GOAT from behind the scenes. The chef GOAT. The man chefing it up behind the scenes all the time. Hope you enjoy your day. I don't believe it. Denny had a birthday last year. Yeah, those things happen once a year, don't they? Ash, how to use the unicorn entry function in a sideways market. Let me ask you, do you really want to be participating in a sideways market? Let's think about this for a second. If we need price to go up when we're in longs to make money, shouldn't we stay out of price when it's going sideways? If we need price to go lower when we're in shorts, but it's only going sideways, shouldn't we just stay out of the market? In my opinion, when price is not decisively moving in one direction, I would not want to be in a position. So how to use it during a sideways market? I would say sit on the sidelines and do not trade. That's what I would say about sideways markets. Do you think we will move to the left at the hourly close? Price only moves to the left when you're doing back testing. Otherwise, we are infinitely moving to the right. How do you control yourself with the boredom to wait? I have problems with that. Patience is a virtue. If you can't handle your thoughts or your actions during downtimes, then you need to place something in that time, right? Like read a book, journal, learn something. If you really can't just sit there with silence, then you gotta figure that out. It sounds like maybe that sounds like the typical TikTok brain, right? Like if you can't be scrolling through, if you don't get a 5-second video, you're bored. If you have the TV on at the same time you're playing on your cell phone and your laptop all at the same time, like no, be comfortable in your own skin. If you can't just sit there and be present, then maybe you got to get off the devices a little more. Maybe you got to get away from the devices a little bit. Stop scrolling on social media. Seriously, like let's do a quick little poll. Let's do a quick little poll. When you sit down for dinner, do you have your cell phone at the dinner table? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Yes or no? When you sit down at the dinner table, do you have your cell phone at the dinner table? Yes or no? And same exact thing for the follow-up question. When you're sitting down at the dinner table, do you have the TV on? Are you also watching TV while you eat dinner? Yes or no? Honest question, because like these are the things that ruin that focus, right? That short-term focus or that need for some kind of gratification, right? Like if you can't just sit there and wait, if you can't be present, we got to change something here. Right? Like if you can't be comfortable in your own skin, then like how are you going to sit through all this chop? Right? Like you're probably going to have some kind of emotion that's going to deter you from what you need to be doing here. And what you need to be doing is nothing. You need to be waiting until you get a result. Right? And here are your results right here. Plus 2R or minus 1R. Got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Ash, did you take the long on ES instead of NQ because ES has taken out all the big draw and liquidities? Take a look at ES right here. Right, notice how it has a confirmed entry function. Take a look at NQ here. Right, so let's just go back. This is 1013. All right, so let's put this to 1013. All right, see the difference? See the difference? So at the same exact point in time, here's 1013 on NQ. Here's 1013 on ES. See the difference? On ES, there's a confirmed entry function. At this very moment in time, you get the confirmation of a breaker, you get the confirmation of an FEG, right? There's an FEG right here. So you have everything that confirms my model, right? FEG, breaker, we close above the breaker, so you have a confirmed breaker. That is a confirmed model. Now notice NQ, there is no confirmed model on this screen. That's the reason why. There was a confirmed model on ES. There was not a confirmed model on NQ. What's the confirmed model? It is a breakout of a downtrend, right? Look at the downtrend line here, right? We were in a downtrend all morning until this point in time right here. We broke out of the downtrend. We look to see if the area that it broke out from acts as support for higher prices. And this is what we have so far. So far, you've gotten an entry here. After the entry, we've gone to, let's see, we've gone to 1.4R. And we're looking for 2R here. All right. So we'll see if ES wants to complete the 2R. This is the position that we're watching for today. Chat, if you're finding any value from the stream, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways that we do, if you're finding any value from the community or any of the hosts that provide information daily, do us a favor, like the channel, like the video, sub to the channel, and turn on the notifications. We continuously keep providing value every single chance we can get, and we will continue to keep doing so. Any other questions? Any other information? Feel free to throw it in chat. As of right now, we're just simply waiting to see if ES completes its objective of 2R. Do you consider Asia and London levels as drawn liquidities? I use swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Right, so Asia and London is going to end up being a swing high or a swing low. When is the next in-person meetup? Should we set up the next one? The London meetup went extremely well. Should we do one here in the States as well? Should we do one in the US? Shall we do a meetup in either Florida or North Carolina? What do you think? I see your trend line breaks. Looks like Tori's strategy. Yep, we are doing the trend line breakout. That's exactly what's going on here. So a lot of yeses for Florida. Maybe the next meetup has to be in Florida then. Yeah. What about Antarctica? I don't know. That's going to be a tough haul for a lot of people. What happened to AMD? If I saw, don't quote me on this. I don't really follow individual stocks, but I think they might have had a they had a partnership, right? Didn't they just announce something about AI or something? They just announced something about AI, did they not? So somebody correct me because I'm not certain about this. Open AI deal, yeah, exactly. So there was a deal that was announced with Open AI, and that's why this happened. Yep, Open AI. Yep. So congratulations to all the AMD holders, because what a move. 27%. Wow. Is that, oh, so close to new all-time highs. But right back to new all-time highs. Very nice. Congratulations to all the AMD bag holders. So once again, feel free to throw any questions or information in the chat. We're closing in on 2R here on the ES long. We'll see if it wants to push to 85.25. That would be the target there. Hey, Ash, can you explain why you didn't wait for the tap into the FVG? Because the FVG is not where I enter. The beginning of the breaker is where I enter. I don't use the FVG for entry. So that is not what I'm looking for. I enter at the beginning of the breaker. Ash, you once said not everyone can be a trader. What characteristics do you think can make or break an individual? Yeah, I still believe in that. For example, it takes money to make money, right? So if you don't have a job, if you don't have any finances, then you cannot participate in day trading, right? So it takes money to make money. So the individual that does not have money to use cannot be a day trader, right? So sometimes it's not a matter of a characteristic. Sometimes it's a matter of a financial scenario. And in that financial scenario, the first thing I have to say is take care of your family, take care of your health, choose yourself first. Okay? If you're not in the right financial situation to be day trading, don't day trade. Take care of your family and your health first. All right, so I don't know why. I know I'm going to get... Oh. Chat, I think you know what that means. Get ready, chat. What do we got? 30 free resets. Let's go. Check out the code here. Who's going to grab one? 30 free resets. Very nice. Let's go, chat. Another day, another giveaway. Let's go. Love to see it. So throw a W in chat if you're able to get one in the giveaway. Love to see it. So going back to that question about who can and who can't be a day trader, first things first is the financial situation. And what I have to say about that is make sure you take care of your family and your health first. Okay? That's what matters. So if you don't have the right financial situation to be participating, go get a job. Okay? Start working more. Start fixing your finances first. Then when it's time, maybe think about day trading, but always put your health and your family first. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is people that are impulsive, people that have intrusive thoughts, people that cannot control their emotions or control their thoughts. This market is a mirror of your characteristics, right? If you're too greedy, the market's going to show you that. If you are impatient, the market's going to show you that. If you're too impulsive, the market's going to show you that. Those people are going to have a very hard time conducting this business. Okay, so I know a lot of people are going to sit here and say, oh, but if you have a mechanical strategy, shouldn't it just be a 1, 2, 3, type of checklist? You take the trade or you don't take the trade. No. You will never be able to 100% get rid of discretion. We are humans. We have feelings. We have emotions. We have thoughts. Even if I gave you the same exact checklist that I use, we're going to have two different outcomes because you don't have the same mental and emotional intelligence that I do, either for good or for bad, right? You might be more impulsive than me. You might be more impatient than me, right? So the person clicking the button will always have some form of discretion. And if you can't control your mental and emotional being, it's going to be very hard to be a trader. So when I said not everybody's going to be capable of being a trader, this is what I mean by it. So I got another 15 minutes with you all. Feel free to throw any type of questions or information into chat. We are currently going over anything to do trading related as we're watching the ES position. Just another simple downtrend being broken to the upside. Look for that area to become support. It did. And then price nicely ran to, what is that, 1.9? 1.8 R. Beautiful position for the day. Do you always trade the 1 minute chart? Nope. I've taken trades on the 1 minute chart. I've taken trades on the 5 minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the hourly chart. I've taken trades on many, many different time frames. Do you have a rule for number of trades a day? Yeah, you should put a limit on the amount of trades you're allowed to take in one day. The rules become the justifications to your actions, right? So if you're an impulsive individual, then you should set a limitation upon yourself, right? Only take one trade per day. You have to have some kind of rules because those are the justifications that help you show yourself what is a trade and what is not a trade. Any other questions? Any other information? Feel free to throw it in chat. Not much to say here in terms of updating the information. We're still looking at the same exact stuff. ES broke out of a downtrend. We looked for that breakout to then provide support for higher prices. It provided support. We got higher prices. And now, at the moment, it's just time to wait for a result. No reason to overmanage. No reason to micromanage. No reason to overcomplicate it. Simply just wait for a result. What do you do if the RR already hits? Do you enter again if it's retested? No, if I've created an idea, right? Here's the idea right here. If I've created an idea and price has provided a result to the idea, then I'm done. Once a result is completed, I no longer use the idea. So no, where price is currently located, it's essentially hit the target. So you could be done here if you want to. If you really need to force 2R here, then okay, it hasn't hit the target. But it's done a great job moving to the target. Where it's at currently, I would no longer take this entry, right? It's already completed the move. We were looking for a move higher. It moved higher. Since we got a result to the position, I would no longer take this long entry again. Can you explain the breaker block? Yeah, it's exactly what's highlighted here. You have a swing low here. You have a swing high here. You have a new low here. Then you have a new high here. So you have all of the institutional swing points to create the breaker block, right? So a bullish breaker is a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. That's what a bullish breaker is. The breaker is going to be found in between the initial swing low to the initial swing high. The bullish breaker is always going to be your highest up close candle within that leg, right? So you can see why this candle is the one being highlighted right here. It's in between the initial swing points, and it's the highest up close candle in that leg. That's what the bullish breaker is. Same exact thing for a bearish breaker, just vice versa. Ash, does higher time frame trades have more probability, or the time it takes to play out is only different? It doesn't matter what time frame you're executing on. They all have the same chance of working. They all have the same chance at failing. We're dealing with probabilities here. The time frame doesn't make a difference. Yes, if you're taking a position on a higher time frame, it will take longer to play out than if you took a position on the lower time frame, without a doubt. See if it'll get the final couple points here. 85.25 being the overall target. See if it could get the last push it needs. Hi, Ash. I have started to use volume footprint. Would you ever consider studying a new indicator? I have no reason to be changing anything right now. I have no interest in studying something new. All I need to do right now is continue to manage my risk and continue to complete my game plan. I have a model that I follow. I understand how I execute. Right now, it's just a matter of executing that model with strictly defined risk management. So this is a great example of being greedy, right? So we made a move to 1.9 R. Throw it in chat. Let me know what you think. If you're this close to target, literally less than 1 point away, will you close the position, yes or no? Or are you going to force 2R? Will you just manually close it, or are you forcing the 2R, yes or no? Just close it, right? Just close it, right? In my opinion, that's the logical answer. Right? You're a point away. In terms of this is, let's see, 84.50. This is 85.25. So this would be a difference of 75, excuse me, what was that? $35 or $32.5. If you had one contract of ES, that's a difference of $32.5. Is $32 worth it, or will you take the, let's see how much this is. We'll say we'll close it there at 11 points. Or would you take the $550, right? Because 11 points, one contract of ES, right? Are you really going to miss out on $550 because you were looking for $582? Exactly. I'm not going to say the saying because I don't think that's appropriate, but that is the classic saying. Exactly. That is the classic saying. You've done your job. Take what has been given to you and be done for the day. And there's the last move there. So even for the individuals forcing the 2R, you've completed your objective as well. So congratulations, chat. You got to watch a beautiful long position this morning. Whatever you want to call this, whether you're calling it a downtrend breakout, whether you're calling it a breaker block plus FVG, it doesn't really matter. Once again, it's the logic that you provide to your decision making. I try to provide that logic every single day that I come on here. It's very simple, right? Here's your logic right here. We always start the day on the higher time frame, and I explained to you in the beginning of the stream that we are bullish today. I explained to you that these small intraday moves lower does not change the bias. In fact, it sets up long opportunities, right? We look for longs below old lows. ES ran below an old low. After running below an old low, it had a beautiful breaker block plus FVG, and then it ran to plus 2R. So another day, another beautiful long position. Any last questions? I got one more minute with you all before my segment comes to an end, and then Tom gets to take over the stage. Any last questions? Ash, what percentage of trades do you win with this method? I have just about a 50% win rate. I'm currently just under 50% at the moment. I focus on 1 to 2 risk to reward. So congratulations to all the bulls. For anybody that was able to capture the long position, very good job. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up my segment, and we'll hand the mic over to Tom. Phenomenal job this morning. Great way to start the week. I'll go ahead and post the executions on Twitter if you want to see the actual executions, along with Discord as well. Great conversation this morning. Thank you all for your time, and I will see you all tomorrow. Let's hand the mic over to Tom. I hope you all have a great day.
Welcome, everybody. Hello. This was, again, a great session. W's for Ash. Thank you so much, Ash. This was amazing, as usual. Thank you so much. A lot of value, precision, discipline, patience, everything you need. Thank you so much. This was great, as always. I mean, what else can we say? Ash is a pro. Absolutely. How's it going, chat? Good to see you guys. Ladies and gents, how was the weekend? Everybody recharged? I really hope so. I hope everybody's recharged. Oh my gosh, here comes the question, A or R? Okay, gotta fill out the survey. Hey, Gabor, welcome. What a day so far. What a day. And obviously, Monday, so many opportunities ahead of us during the week. This is going to be amazing. Hey, Mick, good to see you. Abel, hey, welcome. So money bags. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of an interesting day so far, but I'm gonna go over some technicals, and I don't know if I don't see Danny here, but I learned that today is Danny's birthday. So welcome Abhishek, by the way. Welcome to the mods and the hosts, obviously, anyone who's here in the chat. Good to see you guys. So happy birthday to Danny. And then he's a military guy, by the way, disciplined. He's tough, and still somehow he's surprised every year when his birthday shows up on the same day, right? I kind of wanted to roast him politely on his birthday. I know he's not here. I just checked in the chat. How's everybody doing? Yeah. This is a tough day. If you look at it, the 5-minute looks like a barcoding situation happening right now. Quick look on ES. I was kind of, you will tell him. Right. So the new week opening gap, ES was successfully going down there, picking up some orders, and now in a reverse angle here. So yeah, it seems like it's just going higher. Anyway, I wasn't really looking too much on ES. And as for NQ, the London session, we technically just sit through it. Nothing happened so far. We swept the Asia low, as you guys can see it right here. There was a 5-minute fair value gap up there, but I had no entry. As much as I wanted to take an entry on this reversal, I just couldn't. There was no proper pullback that I wanted to go with. By this time, 5 a.m. is usually the London kill zone end time. I don't really like to take a trade when we're approaching the 5 a.m. Maybe I should have. There was a fair value gap right here. So I did have a bit of a FOMO by not taking a long entry into that 5-minute gap. But otherwise, there was nothing. There was a 5-minute demand zone, though, in the New York Open, which I took a short trade on. And it was this one. So after the market open, 9:30, right here, we had this, the classic first presentation gap. As soon as price pulled back into it, and I think I was waiting for a little bit longer as it spiked higher, I entered a short, and it was a really, really beautiful trade. That's the only thing I had so far. Oh yeah, and I had the second trade. I wanted to target the relative equal lows down here, and I took a partial because price was just wiggling all around here. So I took a partial trade, and the rest of it ended up at break even. Kind of a let's just say it's not ideal not the best conditions. Yeah, that's for sure. So how's the week so far? Spanky, good to see you. Week so far, the Monday we just started out, right? Weebop, good to see you. Thank you so much. I know, Weebop, I know. And by the way, I know there were some winners, right? So congratulations. There were some codes and resets. That's awesome. And by the way, yeah, I forgot to say that it was an amazing call from Ash on ES. It was really a great call. So how's everybody doing? I'm just going to go through the chat real quick. Do you draw the demand zone or do you use the fair value gap? No, I draw the demand zone. There is a specific way I'm using, or I'm having my rules to draw these zones. If you're curious how I'm doing it, I actually uploaded a video last week to my YouTube channel. And if some of you are new and don't know me too much, I stream every day on London and New York session. So up right corner, you see my YouTube handle. So I uploaded a video where I explain how I'm using these demand and supply zones, by the way. It's kind of a different way. Usually, Jerson, good to see you. It's kind of a different approach, the way I'm seeing it, but I kind of like it. So, Well, depending on where we see it. Like, basically, it's not, I'm talking about after 9:30. Like this is the 5-minute chart here. It pretty much looks like a bit of a barcoding chart here. And it definitely looks like it for me. So yeah. You code an indicator. Let's go. Well, if you use an indicator and it prints you money, that's the way to go. Raphael is here. I still have it. Raphael, here's the proof. Here's your name. You can read it right there. Raphael, it says. You see that? Raphael, I know it's a scratch. Raphael trades. Raphael trades 4K. It didn't happen last week. So, no, not this month. Last week. last week. You're banned. You're out of here. Hey, Amder, good to see you. This month, oh man, we have to rewind. We do have to rewind. Target 4K. I said in 10 years we'll see gold go to 4K in 10 years. I think that's fair, right? But yeah, quick look on gold, by the way. There was a 1 hour demand zone lower, including a 5-minute level as well. Unbannable. Yeah, unbanned. But there was nothing else. As gold is approaching to that 4K level, you guys can see it. Like it's really just unstoppable. I don't know if we can reach it today. I'm assuming that until like Thursday, Friday, we definitely have a fair chance for it. But don't jump into a buy position just because we talked about, okay, we should go to 4K because volume is drying up. But you never know with gold. Gold is a tricky one, right? You never know what happens with gold. So I don't have anything, no levels there. So you ban him. Okay. No full porting. No luck, pure skill. Sorry. No full porting. This is not about full porting, right? This is not about it. But yeah, obviously there are some setups that you could go by today. And yeah, kind of helpful, kind of not. Actually, I had this short position. I moved my stop. I think I did the right choice, by the way, because at days like this, especially when it's so choppy, I mean, if you take a look on the 5-minute, it is definitely like this was a barcode setup all the way until 11 a.m. It's definitely a barcode setup. What can you trade on a market like this, right? It's not simple. It's definitely not. Yeah. So actually, and by the way, this was partially something I wanted to talk about, you guys, like moving the stop loss to break even or at all. I know we talked about it a few weeks ago, but it's kind of changing the whole game. Should I leave the stop loss or move it to break even? We have always the same question, like every single day. And why you guys know my point on this one, which is that I don't really like to move my stop. There are some pros and challenges in the matter, which I think we should talk about, by the way. So I think it's just the perfect time for it, right? Because every trader has faced this moment almost like every single day, because we're pushing the button every single day when we should move that stop loss, right? And everybody's facing the same decision. And I'm actually curious. I'm going to start with a question, if you guys can help me out. Are you guys facing with this, let's just say, challenge? Like you're kind of asking yourself, like, should I move my stop? Should I put it to break even? Or, I'm just curious if you guys are having a solid plan for moving or not moving your stop, or are you questioning yourself and doubting yourself? Like, should I move the stop loss? Should I leave it as it is? Because usually I try to leave it as it is, but I'm just curious what you guys are think about this. So let me know. Yeah. Let me know what you guys think about this. Because everybody actually faces this. Like, you're in profit, and price pulls back to a certain area, and your brain is screaming like, move it to break even, right? And that's kind of like a confusing situation. Silvario is saying, I try to leave it, but if new info changes my bias, okay, thank you for the answer. Yeah. And actually, that is one thing I wanted to talk about. No break even. Okay, stop loss or TP. Thank you, Uday. Thank you. Stop loss or TP, no break even. I like that too. Exactly. I use invalidation levels. If price is in sell or buy program, I use PDR raise price stop losses. Thank you, No Luck Pure Skill. That's also something I want to talk about. Like, are we using some levels, or is there something that we can manage it properly? Yeah. Depend on your strategy. Thank you, Solotso. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. So if the strategy is 1-to-1, I don't move the stop. That's also a perfect answer. Thank you. Trail stops, especially with NQ. Sometimes I move to break even. Thank you, Spencer, Maddie. Thank you so much. And 8-way, thank you. That is awesome. Okay, I just wanted to know because, I try to leave it as it is. Kind of messes up my thought process if I'm moving my stop loss all around the place. So trail, not too tight. Okay. Just let it hit my stop loss, which is 3 times my risk. What? Okay. I mean, your reward, right? Risk. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So anyway, I'm saying this, as I said, because everybody faces the same issue every now and then, right? Because what is the trigger that basically Lucas? Hey, I forgot to say hello to Lucas. Hello, Lucas. So what is the trigger that basically puts us into that mindset? Because we want to feel like safely, right? We want to have control, right? And a peace of mind. We want to have that control. We want to feel safe. That's all we need, right? And that's the kind of thing that actually triggers the whole process. So there is cause and causality, right? But sometimes that safe mood kills your best trades before they even had a chance to go into the TP, right? And this is why we need to talk about this a little bit more. If the model suits for changing stop loss, it's not a bad. Exact. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you. Fear. Exactly. -1 point RR to avoid pain. Yeah, to avoid the pain. So what's the right call? I always keep asking, even myself, even nowadays, almost like every single week when I'm having a tough position I'm in and I'm like, should I move the stop? Should I just leave it? And I tend to leave it because you guys know I said this, I need my answer from the market. Yeah, exactly, Abhishek. Exactly. Fear also matters in this scenario, right? So what's the right call, right? Leave your stop or protect yourself at break even. That's the big question of all time. Break even actually feels safe until you realize basically that safety has no reward. But that's not a big problem if we're talking about P&L wise, but you're building up your model and you're building your confidence because that's the ultimate goal. But P&L wise, being a little bit safer definitely has a lower value, right? So anyway, we're going to dive into this. I think it's a very interesting topic. So people are so desperate for money when they start out for multiple reasons. They are overtrade to go against rules and try to make money quickly. Exactly. Those trades, 100% agree with that. Yeah, exactly. So why is this question so important? It's not about the stop loss. It's about the psychology under pressure, right? It's all about the psychology. And this is why it's good to talk about these things at this hour, because I have no entry. I have nothing for here to enter, nothing on the buy side. I'm not going to enter long. The only trade, by the way, before we go further, if this would be displacing lower than, for example, like 150, the displacement, then maybe I would jump in to take that 25,100 to go for those relative equal lows. But that's it. Nothing more in terms of game plan for today. Gaurav, hey. Fourth green day, let's go. Up 2,300. Gaurav, congratulations for that. That is amazing. Good job. Good job. So, as I said, Barbie, I missed you too. How are you? How was the weekend, Barbie? I missed you. Oh my God. It's starting, everybody. It's going to be a long session. No. But let's just steer back to the main thing. All right. It's about psychology under pressure. So let's just keep on this one. I'm not going to sleep on the couch. All right. So the question, right? Are you trading to avoid the pain, or to execute your edge? That's the main question. That's the main question. Avoiding the pain or executing the edge. It's two different scenarios when we're talking about moving that stop loss. She can't break me. Don't worry. Everybody is missing Barbie, of course. So we can also say that this is the ultimate emotional crossroads, right? Fear of losing versus, faith in your plan. This is what we're kind of looking at. Every trade tests your system, but this question is technically testing your character as well. It is testing your character. It's testing your psychology. Should I move the stop or should I just leave it? They should have become. Oh, you can always jump in, Barbie. Always. So the ultimate question, as I was saying, are you trying to? Oh man, it's gonna be tough to go over this session. I can see that. Okay, so avoiding the pain or executing the edge. All right, let's just move. I'm not tweaking. What actually moving your break even means? So what it actually means, because we all know what it means technically, but what does it actually mean? Moving our stop loss to break even, or even just minimizing our losses, right? It's actually super simple. It removes the emotional stress, right? Once the trade is green, that's one of the greatest benefits, and that's why we all do it. That's why we like it. It protects your capital, right? Right, of course. Keeps the week alive. I mean, the trading week, of course. And it's useful when the market is like volatile, or it's a little bit choppy, especially on a day like this. That's why I choose to move my stop to break even after the short. So, and also it gives confidence to stay calm throughout the trade, especially when you take some partial profits, right? So these were some benefits, but obviously there's a lot of more things to it. I'm just trying to read the chat. All right, all is good. But there are some cases against this. Okay, it stops you out of trades that you would usually wade it through. Like, I explained this to you guys many times, like it stops you out from the position at break even, and then it goes to original TP. It would have worked perfectly, and that's kind of messing up the whole thought process, and the whole FOMO thing is, kicking in just a matter of seconds. Obviously, it's a trigger, so it's definitely against it, as we talked about many, many times. It actually turns the high risk to reward setups into like maybe even constant scratch trades, especially when the market is like a bit of a, it's playing like some dirty moves up and down and a bit of a choppy session. It can easily turn a good trade into a scratch trade, and that kind of also messes up with the thought process. Teaches your brain also to play a little bit more defense instead of trusting your edge, right? Because I also, where is it? Yeah, here it is. I also have this post-it note on my screen right here, and I can read it to you guys. And this is why I'm saying it. Like, each trade is statically independent. So again, not statistically, statically. Each trade is statically independent. And the whole sentence is, and I'm going to read this out a couple of more times, and I keep this one all the times at my screen. Each trade is simply an edge with the probable outcome and statically independent from every other trade. Once you understand this, it makes it easier if you're with the scenario of not moving your stop, right? It's the only place post-it go is in your forehead. Yeah, maybe I should do that, right? Yeah. It doesn't stick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, there are some pros and cons, but you can't win big if you keep playing not to lose, obviously. So I usually try to say that, trust your edge, trust your trade setup. Always try to, as Mark Douglas was also saying, like, once you put on the trade, then obviously accept the risk before even putting on the trade, by the way. You need to accept that risk before even taking the trade. That would be the key. But again, there are some positive issues. Obviously, moving the stop loss is going to give you a much smoother equity curve, right? That's what's going to happen. So let's go with the scenario like when you should leave your stop loss alone. And I just gave you just one great example why, right? For example, let's just go with this one. You're trading a plan structure. For example, you identified a level, what you're looking for. In my case, it's usually like supply demand zones, but it could be a certain pivot point. It could be, for example, this relative equal lows, whatever that is. You identified the level that you're looking for, the risk and the context before the entry. And this is exactly what Mark Douglas was referring to as well in one sentence. Like, you have those levels, you can calculate exactly the risk. And once you put on the trade, and once if you know your edge, if you have enough data from backtesting, then you will know how much you can actually risk, right? And it will make it easier to leave your stop as it is. But it requires a lot of backtesting. It requires a lot of information. Like if you just backtest the last week or the last month, it's definitely not going to cut it, right? The problem, if you have your levels, if you have your risk, everything is calculated, and you have your edge, and you try moving it mid-trade, that's going to break your plan. And that's the point when it's going to inject the emotion, right? That's the problem. But let's go with another example when you should be leaving your stop as it is. For example, the market hasn't broken a structure. Let's just say that you're looking for whatever, a psychological number or a demand zone. I don't know. Let's just go with an example here. Yeah, let's go with this one. I'm going to use this Friday as an example. Last Friday, and there is a Thursday low on NQ at 24,992. And, I'm just going to go down to the 1 minute chart because it makes it easier. Is this the Thursday low? Yeah, something like that. Okay, so you're looking for Thursday low. And if you're looking for a optimal trade entry and your plan is to take out that Thursday low, I give you an example. Like here's an optimal trade entry level, usually around between the 50 and the 61.8. So you jump in here, and what I was saying, like if it actually breaks a certain structure, then it would be safer to move your stop. Obviously, if this trade would go like, I don't know, you enter here up there, and the trade would just break this structure, which was the swing low at 23, and just goes lower, you can actually move your stop to break even there. Because let's just face it, if the market goes above your entry, there's a very high percentage that it's just going to break that swing high, and maybe if it's going to go all the way back up there to this point where it started to drop. So when there is a very good swing point, swing low, for example, or let it be just a good structure, mostly with the up-down close or an up-close candle, then it's actually not a bad idea to move that stop loss, especially when you're looking for a very significant level, in this case, Thursday low. then I would say that yes, if you break a strong swing point here, then you can move it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But anyway, this was just a small example. This is not the main point here. Was there a sneaky code? All right, let's go. So as I was saying, if the market, when the market has not broken structure, then obviously do not move it. If the market is breaking that structure or moving past that structure, in this case, what I showed you, in this scenario, the market was moving lower and was passing that swing low. And that swing low, by being broken, that actually is a strong indication that even if price goes back to your entry level, it's just a very high chance that it's going to keep on creeping higher and it's going to take your full stop loss. So why would you want to give that back to the market? But anyway, price reacts normally in these conditions. Actually, this is not, forget about it. This is not what I wanted to say. The other example which I wanted to say is when volatility is high, but the trend is intact, right? So for example, you need room for the market to breathe. If you need more room, and this comes up with the 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio trades, then I would say obviously do not move. If your risk to reward ratio is around 1-to-1 and you're trading with micros and you're using a little bit wider stop, then I would say it's better not to do anything with that. I would say moving your stop loss would be better if you're aiming for at least a 1.5, maybe a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. But, leaving that stop loss alone when volatility is high, but the trend is intact, that is something that you need to do. Let's go, Emma. 100 points. Congratulations. Let's go. That's nice. Okay. So basically, your stop exists for a reason. If you move it, you're saying you don't trust your own logic. That's the thing. But if the logic dictates that you need to move your stop, which I just gave you an example when to move your stop, if the structure is shifting, or if the market keeps crashing and, kind of confirming that this structure is broken, then why not? Those are those examples, like when you should be moving your stop. And that especially comes up when your risk to reward ratio is usually higher than 1.5 and aiming for like a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. On those cases, I would say definitely implement some sort of a risk management technique. It can also be a partial profit by not moving the stop loss, but that's also a different scenario. And don't forget, whenever you do this, whenever you move that stop loss, these ratios and the whole win ratio, actually the win ratio might not be, because break-even trades are winning trades, but the risk to reward ratios are changing very, very much, like a lot, okay? Even if you were aiming for a 1-to-2, the numbers are going to change once you start to move your stop loss. All right. And obviously we have what I just told you guys, when it is smarter to move your stop loss, which I just showed you, right? When the trade has a fully confirmed level being broken, or as the market is extending lower or higher at a certain level. And as those levels are being confirmed and being broken, most likely with the down close and up close candle, those are pretty good signs that you should just, put your trade to break even. Right? Or maybe the context is changing. That's also a scenario, actually. A second example, the context. Sudden news, for example, shift in the volatility, right? Or maybe a new imbalance is forming. There could be a reversal inversion gap or something, like a complete opposite setup. Then maybe, it's just time to move that. stop loss. Yeah, exactly. So the break-even stops work when they are mechanical and not emotional. If you have a mechanical system when to move your stop, that's the best. If that decision has been made by emotions, it's definitely going to cost you a little bit of a, well, it might going to cost you your confidence, right? As we always talk about that. And the goal is to keep that as high as possible. So as long as you can have a mechanical rule to move that stop, that's good. And that's why I showed you a specific structure shift or continuation. Basically, I call this continuation. If there is a continuation in the structure to the downside, like a confirmation, it would have been better if we have a down close candle on this example, but this is basically a continuation. Then yes, why would I leave it up there? That would be a very bad decision to leave it up there. Then definitely move it to break even. So thank you, Parmeet. Thank you. And of course, there's always like when you start to second guess yourself, like there's a psychological warfare, behind the stop loss decisions, always, every single day, by the way, even when you're not recognizing it, because basically it's fear of losing. We're all in the same scenario. It's fear of losing, first of all, okay? Traders move to break even because they can't tolerate the idea of being wrong again, even if it's hard for you to admit. But that's the real problem. It's just hard to cope with that feeling, right? The idea of being wrong. Have you ever thought about it? It's just so bad. It's just hard to accept it. And the first trigger is fear, right? It's a coping mechanism, basically. And it's not trading decision. That's the problem with that. But that's only when you're making the decision like kind of a discretionary way and you don't have a mechanical rule for that, as I just said. So then fear comes into the trading session. And that's only because you did not have a plan. You just decided subjectively, I'm of course subjectively, but based on your current feelings and emotional state that you're going to move your stop to break even because you're scared. You have that fear, right? And another thing would be like the need of control. I should say this. Need of control. Moving to break even actually gives a false sense of control, if you ever think about it. But yeah, but the markets don't care about that, right? It's going to give you a false sense of control because, oh, it's so great that I could, I moved, the NQ went 6 points or 8 points higher. I entered the buy position. It went 8 points. I'm moving it to stop loss, to break even. Sorry, I'm moving it to break even. And it's actually a good feeling for a few seconds here and there. But I think it's just a false mechanism. A false sense of control. That's why I keep saying that. And at that very second, because you made that decision, especially when you're scalping, and there's nothing wrong with scalping. It's awesome. It's cool. But if you're just moving your stop loss, also because you feel in control, but it takes you out at break even and then it goes to your TP again. The market does it a million times. That's just, again, the road to second guessing yourself, burning down your confidence, etc., all the usual stuff. Also, there's one more thing about this, by the way, the psychological warfare. It's basically instant gratification, right? I almost forgot to talk about this because when we move that stop, it's like an instant gratification. You want how should I put this? You want that feeling, that the relief of no risk. right? We all love that feeling. You know, we can say that, oh, it's house money. So awesome. It's house money. It's just house money. It's so good. It's risk-free. It feels so good. Yeah. Yeah, no risk. The relief of no risk instead of the delayed satisfaction of let the trade work out, right? Instant gratification. Just saying. And these are all based on emotions. The best feeling. Exactly, Mr. T. Yeah, Mr. T's World. I like the name. I love that feeling too. Oh, it's a free trade. But, you might, letting the market take you out, especially as I said, when you're scalping and then the trade goes to a direction and that kind of messes you up and, you start to overtrade, all that such. That's something we should just avoid. And if you really think about it, it's basically because of ego, right? And identity. Because protecting your ego, like, at least I didn't lose, we put that. I used to say that too many times. Oh, at least I didn't lose. And then I see the trade go to the original TP and I kind of pull my hair like, oh my gosh, not good. Anyway, it's kind of an ego thing sometimes. I mean, break even is as I said, and don't get me wrong, but it might sound a little bit controversial because I said things on the opposite side too a few weeks ago, because ending up, for example, break even at the end of the day, I said that it's actually winning, right? You went in the market, you get out the market, you protected your profits, you protected your capital. That's actually winning. And that's an awesome thing. But there's also another side of this, like break even is emotional insurance, right? But it costs you some premium trades. It will cost you some trades. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. But be prepared with the break even trading habits. Your equity curve might be smoother, but it might not be that much exponential growth as you might expect it to be. But if you accepted that outcome, you accepted that risk management strategy, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you can't emotionally handle, for example, a pullback, you're not ready for the move that follows, right? Just to give you an example. You're entering a long position, the market pulls back, you put it to break even because you can't handle it. That's actually indicating that you're not ready for the move that follows that pullback, right? Right. Of course. You ain't ready. I'm not saying you guys are not ready. I'm just saying that if you find yourself in that habit all the time, maybe you should change your risk management style a little bit, right? But don't worry, there's always like a balanced approach to all this. And that's why I keep saying, like, you always have to find your own way in this. You have to carve out your own way. And that's why we're here. That's why we are eating it. I hear something. Something is happening. Come on, everybody. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys if I see something. It's got to be here somewhere. Okay. Manda underscore big 30. I wonder what that letter be. 30 for 30 core accounts, 50K. Everybody, come on. Guess that letter right there. I'm gonna help you out. Monday Big 30. 30 core accounts. Amazing. So many giveaways, so many free stuff at MyFunded TV. And by the way, please like the stream, okay? And share the stream everywhere. Everybody has socials nowadays. share the stream link, like the stream. We got to show YouTube that we are here. We got to show YouTube that the community is just super awesome. All right. And you got to be very fast, obviously, if you haven't noticed that already. If somebody's new here, I just want to say, be ready for the next one. MyFunded TV is full of surprises and free stuff and giveaway, but you got to be ready. You got to be logged in on the dashboard and get ready for the resets, get ready for the free giveaways. That's how it works. Like, we have some super pros here in the chat. We have some absolute pros who are actually glued to the screen, ready to type in the code. But yeah, so please like, subscribe if you haven't already, by the way. If you're just lurking in the background and watching the stream, please push the subscribe button as well. We need to reach that 100K subs and then higher, right? Of course. So as I was saying, there's always a balance, okay? There's always a balance, and that's the beauty of it all, because you can actually set up your own system, especially if you're balancing out everything. And by the way, moving your stop to break even at a certain structure, shift, or break, or continuation, that's actually one of the best advice I can give you from my personal experience. Take it or leave it, it's up to you. But obviously, if there's a key structure point that has been shifted, or by shifting, I mean also by a continuation, if the market is keep dropping lower or skyrocketing higher, then by all means, of course, move that stop loss. All right. And of course, talking about that balance, define your stop loss and break even rules in advance, which I already told you guys, before even sitting down to trade. Maybe even before doing the pre-market analysis, right? Define your stops and break-even rules, okay? And you got to do this, by the way, if you're doing backtesting, which I think it's also a must to collect that information. Alejandro, Tom, how many points do you use as a stop loss in average? Well, in average, usually like anywhere between 10 to 30 points, depending on the swing point, the time frame which I'm entering at. You know, if I'm using a 5 or 15-minute entry, there could very well be like a 30-point stop or 20-point stop, maybe even 50-point stop sometimes. But on average, like 15, I would say 20. The average number would be like 20 points, 25, something like that. Christian, a Hungarian fellow trader, keeps talking Hungarian. All right. Good to see you. And please keep it in English because, you know, maybe you can use the sign language if you want to communicate with me. Or you can visit my channel on YouTube and you know, we can have some Hungarian conversations. Oh my gosh, the Hungarians. Okay, keep it in English, everybody. Behave. Keep it in English. All right, so back to the balance thing. All right, we need to keep everything balanced up. Abhishek is going to swing the ban hammer on you guys. Okay, thanks. Thank you. All right. So, as I said, define your stops, define your break-even levels, rules, right? For example, move to break-even after like 1 hour. Actually, that's what I did for many time. Like whenever the trade, I didn't really cared about the level. Whenever the trade moved to 1 hour, because I was aiming for the 2-hour trades, and actually I'm still doing it nowadays. Whenever the trade moves to 1 hour, move it to break even. Why not? I'm not saying I do it all the time, but there was a time I did that for a lot of time, and it did actually provided me a much smoother equity curve. It helped me a lot. Also, like speaking of the balanced approach, like partial profits or trailing stop That's also like not a bad thing. Taking a partial profit lets you to leave your stop, your original stop, as where it was. And yes, if you hit that stop, mathematically speaking, usually you would end up somewhat a break-even scenario. That's also not a bad thing. That's why I keep saying you need to do the backtesting. You need to collect the data from the past at least 2 years. I tried to collect data from the past 4 or 5 years, and oh my God, I spent like nights, weekends, lots of free time to collect all that data. And not because I'm not saying backtesting is going to make you a better trader. The purpose of backtesting is not that you're going to be a better trader the next day and you know how to handle that position. Backtesting and forward testing, which is basically the live trading, is two completely different things. The only purpose of backtesting is to collect information, nothing more. And that's it, nothing more. Just to collect information. It has no other purpose. All right. Just saying. So, as I was saying, you can secure some small profits before moving to break even. That's also something. Or just secure some profits and leave it as it is. Avoid full risk on with no reward. Right? That's also a situation. Avoid the full risk on with no reward. We move to the next one. Exactly. Or, by the way, there are structured stops. So, like structure-based stop levels, you can also use that, but that's kind of a little bit more complicated scenario to go with, and I'm not sure if that makes our life easier. Like move stops behind new higher lows or lower highs. It's also good, but it also, if you move your stop, for example, you're in a long position. Let's just use an example. For example, okay, let's use this morning setup. You enter here. Oops. You enter here. You move your stop right there, and you're targeting the low of the zone. Actually, this is not the good thing. Actually, I'm going to use something different. I'm just going to use a line here. So, your original stop loss is here. And then as the market is going lower and it creates a swing high, you're just moving it here because there's a swing high. And of course, as you're moving lower, and if you want to see this go all the way down, for example, your target is the relative equal lows down there at 25,093, and you're moving it here, then obviously you can see that it has taken you out, which is also a good thing, but overall, it's not far from your entry. Especially when the market is choppy like this one. So if you're not taking, even if when you're moving your stop like this to that swing point, lower and lower, and if you're not taking at least some partials on some certain significant levels, then I think this kind of method is just a little bit confusing. So if you're just following your stop with swing highs or swing lows, at least try to take some partial profits. That would be the only scenario I could go with. So, and obviously, you need to journal every break-even move. Like maybe not every, but I'm not journaling every single trade. But if you look back at the end of the day, you might as well just ask yourself, like, okay, how, doing the reflection thing. And at the end of the day, like, how was my day so far? And what did I do wrong? Was this break-even stop playing out good? So you got to find, obviously, a balanced approach. And I think the most simple approach is, if you're looking for higher risk-reward ratios, is the example that I showed you earlier, is to use a proper structure point as a continuation or reversal. If you do that, it's going to help you. But if you're trading with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I would just say do not move your stop loss at all, because you need that wiggle room for the trade to play out. And usually I go with the 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio nowadays, especially in the last couple of weeks. The London sessions are a little bit slower than usual. So I always try to stay with like 1-to-1, 1 to 1.2-ish. I'm never moving my stop, right? But it's basically because of the lack of volatility. So you got to also calculate with that one too. And, what I'm trying to say is discipline isn't never moving your stop. Discipline is only moving it for you for the right reasons. So if you're disciplined enough, you can still move your stop once you have the right reasons. Once you have a mechanic rule set, which I told earlier, if you have a mechanic rule when to move that stop to break even, then it's fine. Okay. Then it's fine. So yeah, it has definitely a mental framework. And that's why you need to carve out your own way, your own risk management scenario in this, right? You have to do the emotional math of break even. Like, is it going to cost you your confidence? Is it going to cost you your conviction in your trading model? And as I said many, many times, I don't care if I've been taken out with a full stop loss. I just want to know if my analysis was good or wrong for that particular trade or for that particular day. And I'm just looking for my answer. And if the market gives me that answer, I'm fine with it. And that's why I just love Mark Douglas' books, Trading in the Zone, Disciplined Trader. I always try to, read it all over and over. It kind of helped me a lot, by the way. Helped me a lot. So moving to break even early feels like saving money. I know that, right? But actually, you're losing potential profits. And that's why I decided not to move my stop loss at all. And leaving the stop loss obviously feels risky, but often produces higher expectancy over time. We all know that. But I like it. It's fine. I think, and I'm just saying this out of experience, like the market is basically punishes like short-term comfort seekers. And I would say it rewards those who tolerate discomfort. We are actually risk takers. That's why we are trading. We are risk takers, right? So I think there is a certain punishment, if we can speak metaphorically about the market, from the market for those who are seeking comfort in these markets. The markets, trading these markets or any kind of market for that matter in day trading, should be always in certain level of discomfort. But obviously that's our job, right? Trading is the hardest way to earn easy money. Trading is the hardest way to earn easy money. Just saying. And that's why I always say like comfort is killing the consistency, but discipline is basically building the consistency. So yeah. If you have questions about this, what's the time right now? Oh, I have not too much. 4 more minutes. Okay. Farina, hey everybody. Oh, the Rocket Scooter fam. Good to see you guys. Hey. Thank you. The Rocket Scooter fam is approaching. All right. All right. Let's go. So, I would say try to practice detachment, right? We can all practice that. Good to see you, Tyler. Hey, what's up? Time flies, exactly, Abhishek. So our job as traders is execute, not to control. Execution, the trades, and not to take control. I mean, we cannot take control of the market. Obviously, the only thing we can do is execute the trade. That's all we can do. Also, like visualization. I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't speak today. Maybe I should drink something, but not Palinka. All right. But you got to visualize. Rehearse pullbacks mentally before trading. Try to imagine what's going to happen if the market is going to pull back. Resilience. Karen, thank you. So rehearse those pullbacks or retracements. Try to practice what's going to happen. What is going to be the move once the market goes against you, right? Also, you can do something like sort of like a post-trade reflection, right? Rate emotional decisions separately from trade outcomes. That's also a way, I think. So, yeah. That's also a thing. And of course, always, like, you have to build trust through repetition, all right? Follow the same plan until data proves otherwise. And that's why if you're starting out, you collected the data, you did the back testing, build trust through the repetition, all right? You just got to follow the same plan until the data proves otherwise. If you technically can't sit through discomfort, you'll never sit through profit. That's the problem with trading, right? That's the thing you need to overcome. I'm gonna create a separate session about that word. Oh yeah, Rocket Scooter fam. I know. Everybody, you guys are here. Cool. So yeah, I hope you guys like this topic, and we're going to talk about it more. You guys know my opinion. I like to know my answer from the market. I like to leave everything as it is, make peace with the outcome, predetermine that risk when you put on the trade. And that's all. Super easy, right? Just super easy. Predetermine that risk, make peace with the outcome, even before taking that trade. And that's why I, like 90% of the time, I don't move my stop loss. I leave it as it is. The only exception, if the market would suddenly start to trend, like really volume is, pouring into the market, and, we're passing through some significant price points, then I would say, yes, definitely move that stop loss, because that would be a stupid decision to leave that with a full stop. So obviously that's the exception. But when there is no news driver, no news catalyst or anything that moves the market, then I'm not doing anything with it. I'm not doing anything with the trade. Just leave the full TP or full stop loss as it is. Just started a year ago and loved it. What? Okay, if you have any quick questions, let me know. I think my time is up, and Matt is going to be around soon. Gotta be ready with the disco lights here. Gotta be ready with the actually, but here's my shade as well. I know you guys like to party. The Rocket Scooter fam likes to party a lot. I know that already. That's the thing, you guys. So thank you again. This was a great session again. I might have talked about too many small details, maybe not really attached to the topic, but I just I kind of wanted to talk about that too. Risk management is important, and that's why I'm not moving my stop loss. It's happening. It's happening. Sing it loud. Come on. Let's go. Sing it, everyone. Let's go.
Disco lights running up again, man. I love it.
Exactly.
Love the intro. Thanks for the light show, man. It's nice.
Anytime, man. I just love it. It's so awesome to see, the Rocket Scooter fam pours into the chat here. Everything is just goes crazy in a positive way, of course. It's awesome, man.
We're big fans of you, man. We always talk about you on our stream. We always talk about how good you are, how solid you are. You have a good show, man.
Well, today I was feeling a little bit tired. I don't know why, because I was sleeping all weekend. So maybe I slept too much. I don't know. But hey, by the way, how's your day? I keep seeing on Twitter that you're doing very good in a certain trading competition, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the first day and anything could happen. I think pretty good. So 4th place in the global futures so far.
Awesome,
chances are by the end of the day, I'll probably blow the thing up. You never know. It's a very aggressive trading competition because people are pushing so hard. The first place account is like almost 40 grand. So on a 50K start, you can imagine this is like a full port competition. So who can survive for 5 days of doing this?
So everybody's technically rolling the dice and we'll see what happens, right?
That's basically all you can do. Yeah. At least to make it that far, you have to hit you have to hit those good trades. And you have to hit them hard and just get lucky that it goes in your favor. But I mean, you're basically always one trade away from losing the whole thing. But I wanted to represent, man, MyFundedTV. At least, one of us get up there and show off. Ever since I got last place in our competition, we don't talk about that one.
Hey, come on. Well, I mean, don't worry. Next time we'll be on top. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We'll be there. We have to repeat that. And by the way, have you taken any other trades so far in this crazy market?
I was longing right out the door at market open again, just like always. And it was a big up day again. I got a lot of that move in the overnight. And this morning I took longs at 67.72 S&P. I took that basically 18-point rip we just had and closed out and flattened it all out. It's been a pretty lucrative day. Nice and strong, long market, and looks like we're going to keep going higher even from here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It seems like it. So did you, obviously you noticed that AMD surge there in price. Yeah. That was kind of how much was it? Like 27% or I don't know. Opened
something like that. And like the craziest part was like at the start of the day, none of the rest of the NASDAQ stocks are really picking up steam to go with it. Just AMD was like the only one that was really like doing anything. And then everything started catching up like midday. Cause I remember like at the start of the day, NASDAQ was trying to sell off. And then I just bought the dip on S&P at the kind of like that same spot. But yeah, it was like not all the stocks were in agreement with what NASDAQ was doing. So I was a little worried that it was going to turn around and start selling, but
cool.
Looks like it survived. So that was good.
Awesome. Well, one thing's for sure, I'm not trading anymore today, so I'm done. And that's it. So, chat, let me say thank you again. It was amazing. We had a good time. It's just Monday, so lots of things to do throughout the week. Stick around with Matt because, always lots of value. And Matt, I wish you a great session and see you next time, right?
Thank you, Brisky. Appreciate that.
All right. Guys, cheers, everybody.
Say hi to Tom. Say bye to Tom. Give some dubs in chat for Tom. Show. Really appreciate all that you do here, man. And I hear it's Denny's birthday, by the way. So if you guys toss a happy birthday his way, I'm sure he'd be happy about that. So welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. And yes, I am competing in Pat Whelan's global BDH world battle that he invited every single person to enter. Anybody that's on YouTube, anybody that's on Twitter, any of these people that sell a course, he provoked everybody. You get in here, you show us that you're good. Are you good? Get in here. And he was rallying the troops to get everyone together. And a lot of people didn't want to enter. This is the thing that I never bog down in a contest. I love competing. I'm so competitive. And even if I go in there and lose, I don't even care. To me, it's fun. I have a lot of fun doing contests. It's really fun for me. And I like doing it. I like showing off and I like going head to head against the best of the best and maybe winning. Like to me, that's always a big deal. And so we'll see. It's the first day and I don't want to count my chickens too early, but leaderboard first day was kind of cool. The account you see at the top is the contest account. This is not the this is not real money. I wish that it was. The contest is with another prop firm, but it's a big a big event, so I decided to get in on it. But it's a paper account, unfortunately. That's not 25 G's a real profit. That would be awesome if it was, though. Everybody's trading aggressively. Everybody's, you can hit these accounts really hard. And again, that 26K is not 25K is not real cash. It's just in the contest account. So the one at the top is contest account. 5 days long, and we'll see if I can make it to the top. Thousands of people apparently entered this thing, and a lot of the big influencers and day traders and YouTubers. I'm going to go out there, though, and show them that, hey, those of us over here, Terry went to BDH. Terry completely dominated that battle that she was in against that other trader. Terry just completely whipped up. And then now here I am in this con. We're going to show you guys that MyFunded TV is the best of the prop TV shows. We got the good traders over here. That's all I care about. Did ICT join? No, I didn't join, I don't think. Do I copy trade my accounts? I do not trade my accounts. I trade them all individually. And that's what's different about me when I trade props. I never copy trade. Yeah. Why is one of my accounts red? Did you hedge? No, because I split up my accounts. That one account got shit on last night. So that account, it was here. So that account, whenever NASDAQ dipped, I jumped in on that. I tried to roll in another account, and it's the one that took a loss from I think I got in here, and then I stopped out there. So one of my accounts, I hit pretty hard, and it just took a loss. I had a $4,000 limit to stop trading after 4,000. So that one's pretty much done. And usually when I take my fixed loss, I'm done for the day. So once I get close to 4,000, I'm done. Yeah, so like I said, I don't copy trade. And as you see, most of my accounts went up because I was longing and one of my accounts went down. Splitting up the risk is a great way to achieve that effect, right? Yeah. Good deal. Well, okay, so today, again, market rallied on AMD news, and it's probably going to continue to rally. This is not a stopping point. I don't think we're selling off from here. I really, 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 really think that this market is going to the moon, and without even stopping. This dip that supported and came to hedge pressure in long, that was pretty much A+ setup today. This is on liquidity map. You can see that open, orange, open. This little triangle is an A+ setup, and that is the setup that I took midday. And that was a perfect trade. I had a really good entry on that one. I just waited for the pullback, jumped in on the long, played around, broke through, added to it, let it ride, closed out. Pretty textbook rocket scooter. That's the V right there. It's exactly it. I hit 1B with a medium-sized trade. So, I mean, it was pretty solid. With the confluence, I could hit it a little harder if I wanted to. But, yeah, that was pretty decent. Now, with the NASDAQ gapping up as much as it did, we came all the way, we moved completely to all-time highs in the pre-market due to the AMD thing, and now NASDAQ is sort of resetting itself. It looks like this is the path that it wanted to be on. There really is no evidence today of any kind of pullback or sell-off, but I'm definitely not longing here at the top. My upper DD band, you guys know, is a really strong resistance target most of the time to my longs. I usually close out my longs once you get to that green. Only 4% of days do break the green and keep going. The majority of the days do stay on the inside of it. So what I like to do is when I get to there, I close out and I just wait. Well, why am I not shorting this? Well, I think that it's kind of important to not short in a bull market when this green line can be support. You see how it is sort of supporting there? I don't try to take the 96 bet when the support flag is turned on. I tend to just stay out of the trade and then watch to see if anything else happens. Now, currently right now, the resilience number is starting to pull back a little bit. It's still greater than 0. But if it does go less than 0, then the market's going to aim for there, and this is going to aim for there, which we're not there yet. It's still good enough to have support at half gap, which was good. And like everything today, it was just such a textbook trade. And my crazy winning streak continues. And I mean, it's just been great. I got to say, I've got really no complaints in general. I've had a really solid trading month, actually. Oh yeah. So, anyways, that's how it goes. How did you guys do today? How's y'all's trading day going? Y'all crushing it? I still feel like in the back of my head that this Nasdaq move isn't over. I still can feel it. Like I can feel that the support right here is looking to just press like in just a minute or two. Like it's ready to just launch. And like I know I'm FOMOing by not being in a long position at the support. But man, it is looking really solid. And I'm gonna look at hourly chart really quick. Double check for you guys. Yeah. So overnight, right? Nasdaq went all the way up, broke highs, sold back, came back consolidating. Now consolidating at all-time highs, which is crazy. That's really strong support. And you guys can just see it. I mean, look on my chart. This is like in the next week or two, I feel like this thing is ready to accelerate up. Look at how that curvature is. You see this right here? Dude, this is like, it just feels like that's about to happen. I don't know if that's Yuri, but it feels like we're just about to just rock it up. This, you guys can see how it's flat and it's starting to curve faster. This is like the start. I feel like this is the start of the move. And we don't have like our ideal VIX lineup, of course, which is what we've kind of wanted, right? VIX is still above contango midpoint, so any kind of spontaneous volatility can happen. So I'm going to be very careful chasing along from here in general. I think that like any red candle that we do get, like if I get a big spontaneous red candle, I'm going to jump in on it just to be long here at the top. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive to most trading, but it just had, you could just feel that it's not coming down. So we'll see how that turns out. But this was some great trading day today. You're up 20K on the trading comp, Lucas? No way, dude. Very nice, very nice. But then you left the limit order and blew it. It happens. All right. So I don't know what to say from here, but when I hit that upper band, I'm usually done for the day. That's about whenever I kind of cap out. I kind of need to maintain pace for the trading competition. If you're not first, you're last. So I got to go for first place. Fourth place is not good enough for me. I want to get first. So I have to force a trade, even though my real accounts, I probably wouldn't. I don't know what, if you were to ask me to force a trade, I would probably choose long from here. I don't know, man. I don't know. Have all week. Yep. I don't need to do it today. That's for sure. I got all week to do it. And there's a lot of people that are going to press very hard and screw it up. All right. So I don't know. But I'm definitely going to like, part of the strategy is not to overtrade. So the idea becomes, if you are sort of, trading contests are different than like regular trading, or they're different than prop trading because there's different parameters and there's some mechanics that come into trading contests as well, especially when it's like paper contests. There's really no risk. So a lot of people out there are going to push really hard and take unrealistic risk. So it's more like a coin flip contest. And it's like, who can flip coins the best and get lucky 2 or 3. If you get lucky like 2 days in a row at full port, you're on the leaderboard in top 10. Every time you full port is a chance you blow up. So the probability that you make it 5 days full porting every day is 1/2 to the 5th, because you either make some money or you blow up. So 2 to the 5th, right? 2 times 2 is 4, 8, 16, 32. 1/32 is a 3.3% chance that you make it to the end. So full porting every day is a 96.7% chance of failing. If you assume that you're either going to blow up or not blow up, then it's a coin flip, right? So you have a 96% failure rate in a contest. So all I got to do is last, like Tyler said, I got all week to do it. The math supports the fact that I got all week to do it. All I have to do is not blow up. People are going to be up 40K, then down to zero. They're going to be up 20K, then down to zero. They're going to be down 10K, then up 50K. It's going to be like that. But to sustain 5 winning days in a row, at least with one of them being large enough and the rest of them moderate, and last day I'm going to hit it hard. Does Rocket Seeder platform have liquidity maps for gold? Yes, it does. We have liquidity maps for all futures. Yes, correct. So this consolidating at DD band is great. This is actually a bullish signal. Being here with support, that is sort of bullish signal to break out. I'm just not really sure that it does. I don't know if I want to take it. Consolidating at all-time highs is pretty good. We tried to consolidate there and then sold. Consolidate here. It's probably going to rally now. I don't really know what I want to do, though. End of the day drawdown can mess with full porting. Yeah, 100%. And this, like I said, the concept is paper trading. So don't mirror anything I say or do in a trading competition as like something that you'd want to learn to do. It's clearly like the parameters are different, and I'm so good at like seeing what they are. I can operate within the boundaries of like what the system is set up to do. So I'm trading the system in front of me, not just trading. Like normally I wouldn't be like forcing trades and flip-flopping and trading long then trading short or whatever. But the idea of like getting the lead and sustain a lead, it kind of forces you to trade a certain way for it. So I've had to modify for that, but I don't know how the rest of the day is going to play out. S&P is looking like it's trying to solidify a breakout. We had a day like this the other day. You guys remember? It was like, I don't know if it was like Thursday or Wednesday of last week, where the market basically did like this, and then it sold off, and then went here, and then it just rallied hundreds of points to clear out the day. This could be the middle of the biggest move we've seen today. And so I'm a little excited. I kind of wanted to long that, but what day was that? I always say it like looks like the Batman signal, like this little kind of like sort of Batman ear looking stuff right here. Where was it? Oh, it was this day. Yeah. It was this day it was Wednesday. Yeah, we did this and consolidate the highs, and then it just took off all day. You guys remember that day, right? I'm thinking like, man, it's looking a lot like that day. It really is. But who knows? I'm going to kind of wait. At least in all of my real accounts, I'm not going to do much. Yeah. Do you guys have, there's no more A's today? Oh, I don't know. Ask Abby. Okay, guys, did you guys make any trades this morning? Were you long? Were you short? Are you long or short now? Tell me some trade plans. I want to see what the community thinks. Market's breaking to all-time highs, and it's very possible that this is the start of the biggest rally we've ever seen. However, with VIX above contango midpoint, it's very possible that volatility can be there and that the floor can drop out from underneath our feet, and this market can just plunge without the liquidity to support it. Clearly, this upward curvature that we have is indicating a short squeeze, not necessarily a frenzy for buying other than AMD. People were saying long all day long. There you go. That's what I like to see. So you guys are basically we're with the trend. A lot of people were very good, very good. Some people short gold and long YM. Very nice. Oh man, this NASDAQ is holding the structure right here. Holding it. I would love to see some kind of red to get it on a dip. I want that more than anything right now. I don't want the market to sell off. I want just like some kind of like that I can just hop in and trade it back to there and then be in the green while I wait. I hate being at zero when I wait. So let's, pray to the Trump Twitter here that we get some kind of tweet or something. most of the momentum-based movement, I think, is probably done for the day, at least to the upside. Unless we get a dip, it's just a slow inch forward hour after hour if it does keep going. So I'm sort of on the fence here. Last night was so brutal to that ask. It was just not, I mean, there was just no resistance anywhere. I mean, it was such a straightforward night. Market open, and I jumped in at the open, like all inside here. I was longing all throughout that. And it's great. Very good. Okay. But you can see on the hourly chart, this curvature right here, you see how it's like an S-shaped curve? That's really short squeeze. This was Europe going crazy over the AMD thing. And of course, their market was rallying. So our NASDAQ went up like that. This is the news-based thing that squeezed out a bunch of shorts. And now we're sort of like, okay, consolidating near the top. The question is, how do we break out from here? And usually this kind of pattern is normally like finishing up the day up here. So do we break 25.3 today? It's very possible that we do. And I'm excited to see if that happens because I love a bull market. And the 2 times tried to sell off me, even today, I mean, it is consolidating at the high. It's literally supporting at the previous high. And it's supported there maybe 3 times today. So I think it's probably a sign that we are going to be rallying still from here. And every little red candle that's being thrown at it is getting gobbled up right here as well. So it's been trying to sell for the last 30 minutes. Actually, for the last probably half an hour, and it's not coming down. Check it out on some stocks while we're waiting here. We've just had some big ups across the board. I mean, and Nasdaq and NVIDIA look exactly the same. So NVIDIA, nice, strong bull long up, which is beautiful. There is no of that AMD news. There hasn't been really any selling of that news. I would say, well, maybe a little bit. But 165 to 200, Jesus. That's crazy. 25% gain overnight. Shoot. Tesla moving, Meta moving, Microsoft moving, Amazon moving, Apple moving, everything's moving. And what little pullback that we've had is not a lot of pullback. It's definitely not bearish pullback. Everything today fell to hedge pressure and supported as we expect. This is all liquidity map textbook stuff. So this is a pretty simple setup. Yeah. Because it's at an interesting spot. Let's actually take a look at that really quick. This is actually, VIX is actually also sitting possibly bullish. So this is actually a caution to the market where we have VIX hedge pressure break. And actually, you can see on the, actually, no, it's not MHP break. It's just hedge pressure break. Could be a little bit of a movement to volatility. So it is actually sort of possible for this just to start selling into close. Interesting. With VIX being here and VIX being above triple B and also in a bullish liquidity map, I wouldn't discount the fact that there could be a bear play in this. This bull play is looking like it wants to take off so fast, but man, the last thing I'm going to do is try like Wednesday's pattern. This was the middle, and then the move continues to go, which is 2 Wednesdays ago. Same thing. Market dove, supported, consolidated the middle, and then broke out and completed the move there. With VIX possible, I don't know. I want to say the bull side, but I'm like, okay, maybe the dip will come out. I can get a dip to buy. Can I use liquidity maps with stocks? Yes, you can. There is the same setup for everything. Let's look at Apple as an example. Apple is BLD, orange support on Apple today, pretty much. Just like the playbook, open, orange, open, open, orange, open. The same V shape I took in the S&P today. Yes, sir. And as of lately, high consolidations have only fueled more bullishness. So I'd be a little surprised if this consolidation just got top heavy and started selling. But we'll see. We'll see how the day ends up. Yeah, the AMD had the OpenAI deal. Yeah, AI stuff, always moves these tech stocks. Did I grab that dip earlier? Which one? I grabbed the dip at MHP. So on S&P, like right in here is when I got my big long for the day. Yep. That is correct. So being above our DD band is actually really bullish as a support. So this is actually showing signs of a bull finish to the day. But I don't think I'm going to take any trades off of this, though. Not to the bull side. I am going to wait. I still have a weird suspicion about this market. And I don't know. Like, I know Friday was pretty much like the morning. Not that I feel like it's going to sell off. I don't. But it just has like the ability to give me a better entry, I feel like, than just chasing. There's enough volatility present that anything can happen. Like all throughout the night, there looks like there were dips and dips and dips and dips and dips. So there's probably potential for some kind of like quick 10, 15, 20-minute plunge that I can kind of like play off of. Hopefully we get something like that. I feel like that would be kind of ideal. So now I'm just watching and chilling. Full port sell. Thanks for the tip. Hey, man, you might be right. I mean, anything can happen from here. Yeah, I think that this is more of a lesson in patience and waiting. I'm used to like not trading much outside of the green band. I normally sit out unless I have a good suspicion or it's the only trade I can make. So I normally will sit out there. The failure case of selling off, the green line failure case didn't happen. So it's very unlikely that it fails a second time. That's one case in point. It's only 4% of days breakthrough here, and when they do, they usually stay. Even after they try to sell, if they maintain, then usually the structure is holding here. God, this reminds me of Wednesday so much. The same exact pattern, a little W-shaped balancing return and then rally. Just your standard liquidity sweep and test, and just sort of that same little thing. And you can see it's starting to like bowl shape here, like it's starting to build pressure to pop. And hopefully it dips before it goes, because I'd love to get in like about this 160 level. And what I'm talking about is like Wednesday here. Like this is like a similar sort of pattern, although it's a much quicker acting one where it's sort of just like did this and dipped and found lower lows and then consolidated the high. And then it just started a freaking rally that didn't even stop all day and all day. And you guys remember I was longing off of those dips and I just longed and didn't do anything else. I think that's the day I think that's the day I didn't stream in the afternoon either, because IDOC and I went to go look at lighting. We had like a lighting appointment. I think that's that day. So I just was like watching it from the sidelines. Monster move. Did I take any trades today? I did. I was longing from my 1B setup where I'm circling over here. When the market dipped to hedge pressure, I bought it hedge pressure and longed it right to there. And that was my setup That's right. Mm. Yeah, I'm tired. So it was overall a good trading day. Yep. It was pretty textbook. I mean, monthly hedge pressure, 90% of days under ideal conditions, which we did have, according to that. 90% of days close on the same side of MHP they open on. So if we open above it, 90% of days should close above it. So when we're like fighting at it, I just longed it to get back to the right side of it, which is a good trade. One of my favorite setups to take, probably like my second best of my trade setups. Here we go, man. Here's that NASDAQ speed. Ready? It's going to pop. I feel it. I feel it. Look at this. Everybody can see that. It's pushing. Even though there's some selling pressure, it just feels like it. I feel like this is coming out of nowhere. I can feel it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of feels squeezy today. And it's too far out of balance for me to take any serious trade to the long side. And I usually will miss out on that bump. See how it's doing that? And it's sort of flat top in here. That's usually a sign of squeeze pressure. So normally you can look at that. So like very rapidly raising support like this. Like the algorithm is trying to price something higher against selling pressures. The algorithm is trying to move. And once that selling pressure stops, the algorithm just continues its path higher. So the algo, what I'm saying, is the one that's tracking the stocks underneath it. You can tell the stocks are going higher just by the shape of this. Normally, this is a recipe for a breakout. Test the highest support to keep going. That would be the support. So like in a classically trained trader, what you look for is to break through the highs, and the highs test the support, and the equities open act as support. So a long entry, if I were to trade this long, would be exactly here at 25,215 here. Not to bet on the breakout, but to confirm the breakout, that's the long I would take in this kind of a pattern. Now, you guys know me. You're like, oh, God, Matt's talking patterns. He never talks patterns. But that's classically what you're saying is you can see that the index is trying to raise the price higher. And it's not my trading style to trade patterns, but that's basically what it's in plain English. What you're seeing is that there's a short squeeze happening, and the market is not done squeezing. And so what you look for is you confirm the open of support, which is our 1A setup on liquidity maps over here. And that's why but one thing is I don't trade from the consolidation. I never enter here because it is more of a coin flip. What I do is I chase the confirmation and then I go. It's also likely that it just dies. And again, it's more coin flippy than anything. I'm not going to bet that it dies, but it can. Am I in the PW competition vol test? Yeah, I'm in 4th place today. So far, so good. I didn't see that leaderboard. I didn't see that leaderboard right there. You see that? And I'm up actually 25, so I made a little bit since then. So we'll see. Hopefully I'm still in the top 10 as the day has progressed. That's right. Repping my funded TV, baby. Oh, yeah. And then Terry went to the BDH and put the old beat down on Arena. So we got MyFundedFutures repping all across the board, man. Every time we go out there, it seems to be like our traders are doing good stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't bring a bunch of dummies onto the show, unlike other prop trading shows. These are some winning traders, man. It's good to see, though. There's some strong talent here, I would say. She made the other trader cry. That's what I'm telling you, man. That's the ferociousness of Terry. She's ruthless. I'm just kidding. Terry's actually really nice. I remember that story. The other trader was getting upset because Pat was giving her a hard time. But like, how can you not go to Pat's place. If I went to Pat's place to trade, I'd expect him to talk a bunch of crap to me too, and I talk crap back, and we would laugh it off because this Wall Street. You gotta be tough in trading, and it's a lesson for you guys. So you have to be tough out there. Wall Street is not gonna hold your hand or babysit you, or like add whipped cream to your latte. I mean, this is a very ruthless Shark Tank. They're not. It's not gonna be all lovey-dovey out there. If you can't handle the pressure, you can't handle the trading, man. You got to be very you have, because trading is not and there's nothing wrong with like crying and feeling emotional, but in trading there's everything wrong with that. You're not cut out for the game. If that's how you are, you don't have trading. Emotions are the antithesis of being a good trader. You can't have emotions or emotional breakdowns when you're trading. If you do, guys, and y'all feel like you do, you start working on yourself first or start working on your trading. This is a place where you have to be like rigid. You have to be hardened. You can't let things bother you. You have like the thickest skin, or else every single time your trade goes against you, you're going to panic and freak out, and it's going to be tough for most people. It's scary, Terry. Just like, like from Rick and Morty, scary Terry. Yeah. Wall Street's going to chew you up, spit you out. If you get emotional, especially with a little bit of heckling, you got a long way to go in your journey. So nothing throwing shade about the other trader. She's a nice girl, but trading's not really Wall Street's not going to reward you for how nice you are. You got to be tough. Wall Street is a very mean place. Yeah. No, I don't think you're talking about me, Farina. I wasn't laughing at anybody that was crying for sure. Yeah. But at the end of the day, in Wall Street, it's expected that you come prepared for the job. And again, we can't look at traders through the goggles of that's real life. You got to look at traders through, nobody's going to have mercy for somebody doing that. They're not there for people to make you feel good. You're in Wall Street because everyone's trying to literally rob you of your money and put you on the poorhouse and make sure you lose so they can win. It is a dog eat dog world. It's not a place for real human emotions. It's a place for like degenerate, cold, hard robot assholes. And that's the world you're stepping into. It's not the world where you expect people to be happy and kind to each other in the context of Wall Street. Now, outside of Wall Street, we're all nice and clean to each other. But on the trading floor, if you fall and break your leg, people are going to stomp all over you because your leg is broken. Like, that's how it is, So people have to be very much like, in the context of Wall Street, you have to be tough. You can't have emotions when you're trading. That is the enemy of trading. And I try to make sure I teach people that if you feel anything at all, you're not in the right state of mind. If you feel too happy, too sad, too eager, depressed, overwhelmed, nervous, you're going to trade bad, hands down. As a lesson to you guys, the biggest battle you're going to have is your upstairs emotional game. Yeah. So, in the context of Wall Street, nobody's going to care how you're feeling. You're kind of on your own in this game. Have you seen this chat? It's a bunch of psychos. Yeah. In the context of like real life, though, yeah, you should never make fun of anybody who has emotions and feelings in life. That's one thing. In the context of the job, though, people are going to make fun of you if you're trying to do a job you're not prepared to do, You're going to kind of sort of like, you're going to receive a little bit of heat from the people in the industry for sure. But personally speaking, you guys should make sure you keep your emotions in check, because that's the biggest problem most traders face, is how they can handle themselves while trading. You got to stand up to a lot of pressure. You got to stand up to a lot of hate. You got to stand up to a lot of feelings, internal battles, struggles. It's a tough place. It's a cruel world. And as an educator, my job is to prepare you for what is. My job isn't to make anybody feel good or feel bad. It's to prepare you guys. And so I never walk around with white gloves on, holding somebody like kid hands, like you're making sure you gently hold someone's hand. I've always been like, here's how it is. You got to get up to par and deal with it. Because there's a lot of romanticism about what Wall Street and what trading is like. So many people advertise it like, oh, it's easy to make money. I can make millions of dollars, and it's it seems like a nice, happy, everything comes true fairy tale world. And in reality is a dark, depressing thing for some people. And they never really face the reality of it. And they just get so deep into it, they never recover. So you got to really get good at trading. You got to really focus and you got to do this job despite all the pressures and feelings you're going to have. Yup. Super, super important. Yeah. You got to keep your composure. And it gets tough. Sometimes the pressure is really hard. Especially like for me trading on a camera. That's some of the hardest pressure I think I've ever had in my life when I got started trading and people were watching me. That's a lot of pressure on top of it. It kind of keeps me in check because I can't afford to break down. Like if I had to break down emotionally and I was like freaking out and people got to see me and witness me, you could tell that like that's not where the professional level is. There's a level you have to achieve as a professional in this space that requires that you never do that once. If you do, there's a hole in your strategy and you're susceptible. That weakness will eat you alive. So, thankfully, over the course of me streaming, nobody's got to see me like have an emotional moment or breakdown because I think I'm pretty hardened to it. But it doesn't mean it's not common. If it happens to you, don't think that there's something weird or wrong with you. You're just human. And it's normal as a human being. To be a good trader, you have to sort of like teach yourself to not be human and the moments you're dealing with this. And then more importantly, teach yourself to snap back when you're done trading. The last thing you want to do is be a cold, heartless, emotion-free robot when you have a real life to live. And people kind of want to see the human version of you rather than the, robot version of you. And that's kind of important as well. To kind of be able to switch it on and off like a light switch. Do I change my crystals every night under the midnight moon? That's my trading strategy. Don't tell people about that. It's a secret. I heard about that. That's funny. No. Yeah, when you guys are trying to get good at this, or as you're, getting better at this and studying this, it is going to be a really tough journey for most of you. You're going to be like digging up shit from your past that you suppressed, that you realize that's the reason you suck at trading, not because you're bad at reading charts, but because that one thing that happened to you, that one time that constantly lives rent-free in your head has been haunting you and haunting your decision-making. It makes you scared to do this, scared to do that, and you didn't know it made you scared to trade well. And then you freak out every time you're losing, or you cut out early every time you're winning because of that one time you fell off your bike when you were a kid and your dad said, rub it off, walk it off instead of walking up and giving you a hug. And all of a sudden that's the reason you suck at trading. It's literally going to be something like that. You guys are going to have like some kind of breakthrough at some point where it's like you're dealing with whatever it was, whatever issue you're carrying that makes you hesitant, or whatever traumas you had as a child. I believe physically is the people's biggest limiting factor in their trading growth. Childhood traumas. When Sean gets in here, you guys can ask him about that. I think that most people are going to be dealing with that stuff that they never thought they'd deal with as they're working through this. The worst feeling in the world is to lose money and also feel like a loser. I can't imagine, anything being worse than that. To not only lose, but to also feel bad for losing it's a depressing feeling. Oh yeah. No. Listen, guys, Victor, all this. Nobody's being insensitive in Wall Street. Listen, I'm a trader. I do very well. You guys will learn something from me. Don't be sensitive at Wall Street. And don't coddle people who are sensitive as well. It's bad practice. It's a coaching opportunity. Don't try to make somebody feel bad, but correct their action. Like, I'm not mean by saying if a person that breaks down while trading shouldn't be trading, they have a lot of work to do. It doesn't make me insensitive or mean. I'm not making fun of them. They're doing it. They're just not cut out for the job. It's like me watching somebody who can't hit a baseball, just saying, look, kid, you're not cut out for this. It's not where this ain't, you know what I'm saying? Don't ever, y'all, unless you don't make fun of somebody, but you can be honest, you know, like you're not being insensitive by pointing out the obvious, but don't be mean about it. Just, you know, coach somebody and, you know, totally fine. You had a friend of yours that had trauma, thought they're in very abuse. Okay, thought was with the very abuse. Turned, forget them, tell me something, didn't mean it. I'm gonna have a hard time himself. Hey, that's an amazing breakthrough. That's amazing to hear that. Because that, like when you, like I said, a lot of times people's hesitations and stuff in life just come from traumas they have always held. And that, like to most people, is your biggest problem in trading, because whenever you're under pressure or under fire, that stuff surfaces, and it actually surfaces in your behaviors, and like what you're trying to do is always affected by, like, you know, what you've dealt with in the past. And a lot of times it's like the weirdest thought is like, that's always like, man, how am I not making it as a trader? It's like, well, have you talked to your psychologist lately? Do you have other problems you're dealing with in life? Well, yeah, like I have these insecurities about my job and whatever. I'm like, well, okay, so why don't we explore that? Because maybe those insecurities are filtering into your trading, or maybe I have like insecurities in my relationship or whatever. Well, maybe that's part of your trading. You know, people should certainly not shrug it off. Everything and emotions is workable. That's the one thing I've learned about that as well. Everything is an opportunity for growth. Nothing is solidified in your brain. Anything upstairs can be changed. That's the best part about emotions. You might be missing an arm or a leg or a thumb from some kind of accident. It ain't coming back. You can't change that. You know, you can change everything about your mental capacity. Every part of mental illness, mental sickness, or mental trauma can be repaired. That's the best part. So you all can enter a journey where you win, which is kind of neat. I understand. You can always break the habit of being yourself. I love that saying. Great saying. Man, I was getting so excited that we were going to sell off and give me a dip to buy. Nasdaq is not being fun today. Yeah, so a lot of people, somebody said maybe you grew up poor, so you're desperate to make big money. So being in a trade messes with your mental game. That's why everybody at MFFU advised to get a job first and then trade. Right, or like that money means a lot to you. When you were young, like we grew up without a lot of money. I was working at age 13, even to help my family get by. And I used to work at a concession stand at a baseball field for like $20 a game. And money, I never had a value for money because I never had any. Any money that I got, you know, we supported a family with. So it's like, it took me I don't have like an attachment to money. I'm not used to having money and burning through it. I'm actually used to being very cautious with money. And so that's reflected in me personally, and also my trading style. I spend a lot more time sitting out of the market than I do engaging in the market. Maybe that's a result of my upbringing. If you were, you know, if you were spoiled and you had a lot of money and you're used to wasting it on luxurious items, things that didn't mean anything, but that were fun for a minute, and you're buy something, get tired with it, buy something else, get tired with it, then you're going to trade that same way. You're going to get in, get out, take lots of risks, not take it seriously, not feel attached to it. You're going to be detached and kind of wasteful, right? And I think a lot of that attachment to money does come from your upbringing. It's really hard for me to take a lot of risk. I've never really been that kind of trader that's like, okay, let's go all in. Let's risk it all. Whatever, fingers crossed. I'm all in. Let's full port. I'm usually like in and out as a trader because I don't like risking losing money, because I never learned how to lose money because I never had it to lose. So now that I finally acquired some in life, it's like, okay, how can I be cautious with it? Do I think we get a pullback to morning lows? No, I don't. I think this breaks out the higher highs and keeps going. 100%. I don't think we get any kind of pullback at all. It looks like as I'm saying that, that's happening. I was so excited to see this maybe give us something to play on. But look, this is that breakout. And so we're going to look for now is the push through and the support. There she goes. You asked me what I wanted to do. I said in my head I'd like to long off the green, but this is just 20 points, not really that big. But this could be the start of the bigger move up. And I don't see any selling pressure today at all. White House briefing soon? Oh yeah, there could be something, huh? S&P's pushing the highs now. Well, that's what I thought was going to happen. Let's see if we get the breakthrough and support it open. So I would love to have just been long on this, but I think I would just be over trading at this point. There she goes. There she rips. Oh, gee, there's a huge green candle there. What on earth is going on here? That is a huge pop. That's the break. Very nice. Okay, I got my tick chart up. That was a huge order. Look at that on the tick chart. Okay, so let's see if this 212 level we support. So this is it. So if the market supports here, I've got a tick chart on my screen. That's the big up. Oh, there's that momentum. Squeeze out all those stops here really quick. Force everybody to buy right at the peak there. And we'll see. You love big candles and you cannot lie. Yeah. That's looking good. What do y'all think? It's starting to rally? Or is this the beginning of the end? Where do we go from here? To the moon? It's looking like it, man. Well, looking like another day like Wednesday, just up and up and up and up and up. I think Friday's big sell-off day that we had was basically just Friday. I don't feel any selling pressure. I love bull markets. I love the strength of bull markets. I love markets the last 6 months, man. I feel like longing at the open and futures and the overnight has been like my bread and butter trade for like the last month. I swear, like I don't normally trade at night, but it's been such a lucrative bull market that the nighttime is when most of the bull move is happening. Dang, look at that. Look at that beautiful move on S&P. Broke through, sat that high. Let's see if we support that open. That's the pullback test. Right here. See, I knew it was going to move higher. Just could feel it. Could sense it. Watch there be no pullback either. To the moon, baby. Now it's still consolidating out here at the high. Just like Wednesday, man. The same day and repeat. The same exact day, the same exact everything. Set up everything like exactly the same. Like even the hourly chart looks exactly the same. Except Wednesday didn't have any stopping point in the middle of the day. Beautiful. Ow. Jump straight to it. Yep. This is going to be a glorious week, I hope. Strong, bull, push hard. As long as we hold this and close at this 220 level or higher, that is going to solidify the strength of this market. I would be very surprised, and I mean very surprised, if this market were to fall out and die from here. I'd be absolutely surprised. So here comes the test of 214. Looking for that. I got 3 minutes left on the stream, you guys. Gonna watch this and see if anything cool comes out of it. I am not going to be trading this breakout. I just want to watch. I still have my suspicions because VIX is high. And I want to make sure that it doesn't get crazy. And I miss out on a good long opportunity. That move was pretty good. I'm watching it on over here on the side chart, my tick chart. So now session highs are now looking to support. Open is looking to support. This is the 1A setup. And probably get some green coming through here. This is the move. This is the pure test. This is where the momentum picks up. If it picks up, it's from here. Oh, it's going to be exciting. Well, you guys aren't going to get to see it here. However, on my channel, I'll be live for the afternoon. You guys are welcome to always stop by. It's picking up a lot of order flow, even here in the middle of the day. That's a pretty solid lunchtime squeeze there. So I think everything is good for this market to stay put. And even last night's roll up was just so crazy in NASDAQ. In the hourly charts, you putting them side by side together, it's so crazy to see them move at such different speeds like this. Like NASDAQ just, S&P hasn't even broken through highs yet from Friday. And NASDAQ, well, I guess S&P did also rally a little harder than NASDAQ. So NASDAQ had a lot more ground to recover on. So I guess that does make sense. But last night's move, man, on NASDAQ, which is brutal. In a good way. Brutal to bears, I guess. Well, guys, I'm out of time, friends. You see a sell-off here, but that's just you. Well, I hope we get something because sell-offs are my favorite thing to trade. I love buying dips. I need a dip to buy. I don't like chasing these inch up markets at inch up, inch up, inch up. I need a flush. Papa Bear needs a flush so I can get along on. Okay, guys. I'll be out of here. I'll be live on my channel this afternoon to finish out the day. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. I will see y'all later tomorrow, same time. Y'all be safe, trade safe, have a good time. Here's a link to my live stream. I'll be streaming this afternoon. Continue to trade. And also, thank you guys for being a part of the MyFunded TV family. We love having you here, of course, and we love having you support the channel. Y'all are big friends to us, and you know it's a big family here. It means a lot to me. Y'all show up and hang out with us in the afternoon. So I will see you guys later. I'm out and I'm out. Bye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by